Hey, Mark, can you hear us?
I can indeed. Thank you for checking.
Okay, welcome everybody to the May 8th regular council meeting for the city of Courtenay. We are starting a little bit early today at 3 o'clock with a vague and distant hope that we might be done before the Canucks start playing tonight, but I'm sure we'll be close to being done by the time they're done. So that being said, I just want to start by respectfully acknowledging that we are meeting on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land, and we thank them for that. We have a couple proclamations. We do have the Moose Hide campaign proclamation. It's an Indigenous-led movement uniting Canadians to end violence against women, children, and individuals of all genders. Originating from the Highway of Tears in BC, the campaign emerged in response to injustice and violence faced for many women and children in Canada, especially with Indigenous communities. In Canada, intimate partner violence affects 4 out of 10 women in their lifetime, with Indigenous women being twice as likely to experience violence from their current or former partners. Maybe I'll just acknowledge that on May 16th, there's going to be a couple of events happening in Courtenay. One starting at noon at the Art Gallery, and then a big event happening at the Big House at KFN, Comox First Nations, at 3 p.m. We also have a proclamation regarding the snowbirds that are flying around right now. Just want to take a moment to recognize the Canadian Armed Forces 431 Air Demonstration Squadron, known as the Snowbirds. It's been our pleasure in the Comox Valley to host them for their training over decades. At least the last 2 decades I've been here, it's been very exciting, and just really want to appreciate that they are very skilled, professional, and they are the epitome of discipline and teamwork. So with that, we will move on to, I guess I'll be mentioning that on May 15th, we have the council will be having a special meeting to consider the RCMP community priorities for 2024-2025. And with that, I don't believe we have any late items. And so we will get into our approval or adoption of minutes from April 24th. Excellent. Were there any errors or omissions on that? Seeing none, I'll move those as approved unanimously by council. And we'll move into our presentations, and we'll start first with our 2023 financial statements, and I'll pass it over. If you click the little button, and we'll go like that, and I'll turn on that, and there we go. So Corey Vanderhurst, I will pass the mic and torch over to you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here to present today. I'll take you through a brief slide deck. I am very much wanting to get out of here before the Canucks game as well, so don't worry. Don't let the accountant have the floor for too long. But before I go in through the presentation, a big thank you to Adam and Krista and staff throughout the city for going through the audit process with us. The audit always goes very smoothly. We really appreciate all the help that they give us in the process. It does work. There we go. So I'm going to talk about some financial statement highlights for 2023, talk a little bit about the audit process, and I usually would come back around with some more financial analysis, but we're parking it for this year. You'll see a few changes happening. We'll bring it back in for next year and look at it again, but a few changes on the financial statements that make that year-over-year analysis that I used to end with not work as well this year. So a shorter version. A reminder that when we're looking at as I talk through the numbers on the next few slides, I'm talking about them on a consolidated basis, all the funds, everything that the city is managing. Throughout the year, as staff are making presentations or providing you with reports, they might talk specifically on sewer or water or individual departments. We're bringing it all together as a consolidated basis, including the reserves and the gaming fund. So to start with the statement of financial position or the balance sheet at the end of 2023, the city had cash and investments of just over 91 million, up from the prior year's 73 million. If you add in the accounts receivable and other financial assets there, you get a total of $95.6 million. Debt being paid down on schedule is $10.4 million. Debt, payables, and other liabilities total $45.3 million. So if you subtract those liabilities from the total financial assets, you get what we call the net financial asset position of $50.2 million. And you will see the improvement year over year on that slide from 33 in 2022. Tangible capital assets, the infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, buildings that you're managing are recorded on the books at $184.7 million. That is historic cost, what it cost the city to build or purchase, or some pieces of property would have been donated over the years. That's not the replacement cost of those assets. That's the historic cost. And then the accumulated surplus on an accounting basis at the end of the year is $235.8 million. I'll get into a breakdown of that number in a future slide. So important to note, this year, the accounting standards, you implemented a new standard on liabilities around asset retirement obligations. So looking at all the infrastructure that you're managing and looking at what is the potential remediation and costs associated with certain assets that the city will have to pay. Again, not tomorrow, not next year, long-term, what's the total going to be? The good news for the city and the assets that you're managing is it's not a large liability. It's $330,000 estimated at the end of the year, $233,000 for asbestos, lead paint, and other hazardous materials in buildings, $45,000 for well decommissioning on the existing wells that the city is using, and $52,000 for some underground tank removal. The second and maybe more important part of that is the number is not a very large number for the city, which is good, but this number might change. In the future, if you get the Ministry of Environment or other regulations changing, we could see that liability increase significantly. As there are things that the city is doing, you might see changes in the cost estimates. You might see changes in, if council commits to a cleanup or something, you might see this liability increase. So it's not going to be a static number. It's going to be changing year over year. On the statement of operations or income statement, revenues for the city were $81.1 million, up from $68 million. So some significant increases there. The Growing Communities Fund that was provided by the province in the spring has a significant increase over budget, and an unexpected, unbudgeted grant, but nice to have, and then the city will put it to good use. On the expenses side, total expenses increased from $58 million to $61.6 million. But you can see they're under the budgeted amount of $65 million. So some costs kept under budget there, which is a good thing. And an accounting surplus at the end of the year of $19.5 million. Now I say accounting surplus because we put lots of deferred revenues and adjustments and all sorts of things, non-cash items flowing through there. So I like to look at the cash flow statement next and see what actually happened in the main bank accounts. Regular operations at the city brought in $25.6 million. Again, that Growing Community Fund was a large increase. Investment earnings have increased significantly with the rates being higher. So that leads you to that higher year over year operating revenues. Capital projects spent $6.6 million. $24 million was transferred into the investments to make sure you're getting a good rate of return as the interest rates climbed. You want to have as much as possible into those investment accounts. And then $1 million paying down debt on schedule. So the main bank accounts had a $6.6 million cash outflow, most of that being into investments to make sure that you're getting a good rate of return. The $235 million of accumulated surplus, the biggest number by far in that balance is the $174 million of equity and capital assets. So that's the value of the infrastructure minus the debt. Then you've got $30 million set aside in reserves. Capital fund has a small surplus of $864,000. You'll see no change year over year in that balance. Operating fund is a $28.6 million surplus, and gaming fund carrying a very similar amount, just over $2 million of gaming surplus there. So we'll switch gears into the audit side. We're happy to be providing an unqualified opinion. That is a clean audit opinion. We are satisfied that the financial statements that you have in your package are presented accurately in all material respects in accordance with public sector accounting standards. Ready to sign the report. The last step is council approval here this afternoon. When we're doing the audit, we look at the controls in place at the city, make sure that you're getting accurate financial reporting. We sample transactions to support those year-end balances that I just went through. We don't look at every transaction. And again, a big thank you to staff, primarily finance department first. That's where we spend most of our time, but throughout the city, especially with the asset retirement obligations this year. we're in talking to engineering, we're in talking to the other departments as well. And I will confirm that M&P is independent. We didn't do any other projects with the city that would impair independence from the start of the year, January 2023, all the way through to today, May 8th. So thank you very much. I'll pause there. I would be happy to take any questions from council.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And while we're waiting for questions to come forward, I know there's that one slide that talks about unqualified, but I think you guys are very qualified and you've done a great job during my tenure on council. So just really want to thank you. And you've been a very constant and steady voice over those years. So it's much appreciated. With that, I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation and the audit, Corey. Last year when you presented, you provided us with some ratios that were quite interesting. And I thought, it useful in understanding about the financial health of the organization. Do you have any of those ratios you'd want to share?
We do have them calculated. Thank you, Councillor. As you can see, I took them out. And one of the reasons, not as much for your city, because that ARO number wasn't very big, but some other communities, that number is massively inflating the liability amount, and it's skewing the results year over year. But if you look at what you have set aside in cash and investments and those increases there, you're increasing the net financial asset position. So that ratio, where we talk about that, is it over 1, is it under 1? It's climbing, right? That's a positive again. And then the other key ratio that isn't in there is that age of the assets. And when you look there, the easy one, or the starting point, is sort of how much are we depreciating the assets versus what you're adding. I think we added about $6.8 million. That's pretty close to the depreciation number. So that ratio I would expect to stay pretty consistent as well.
That's helpful. So either trending positive or staying the same despite this new asset retirement obligation liability.
Yes.
That's good to hear. The other question I had, I guess like the net financial assets is probably the number that's most useful for kind of understanding where an organization is at in terms of their financial health. And that number has increased. And I'm just wanting to hear your take on, what a good number is for an organization this size. I mean, we're only really familiar with the process in our own community, but like I'm sure you're familiar with other municipalities and as a comparative, what's your thoughts? Is it good, average, poor?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Love this question. I'm going to give a two-part answer. The first one is, you look at that net financial asset position and how much cash and investments the city is holding. I think the key piece there is to look at the value of the infrastructure you're managing, and the asset management plans, the asset replacement plans, and when those bigger costs might be coming down the line. So to look at that in conjunction with that long range planning, how much, if there's a nice amount of investments right now, is that big expense in year 6 where you don't see it in the 5-year plan, but you do in the long range planning, right? And that's the important thing that I know staff is working on, and staff has some of those answers. I don't have those answers because I just look at 2023. But the other one that I would look at, or part 2 there, is this idea of how much you have in reserves as a percentage of your assets. And some communities will carry 10%, 15%, or they will try to stay on top of that depreciation so that you're always kind of replacing it. I think the positive for the city is there is some of that increase in investments, increase in value. With that, what's the right ratio? 10%, there's no magic answer. Because again, is it, can you see that big capital project coming in year 5, or is it in year 6 and it's kind of hiding right now, right? And that's important to always, I would encourage council, ask for the long range, ask for the, we're managing this specific asset, it's 30 years old, when is that going to need to be replaced? Because that'll feed into, oh, okay, we're building for it, right? Or we don't have enough and we're going to be reliant on grants or debt, or and you do have a limit to the debt. There is a ceiling there of how much you can take on. So it's important to always be managing that.
That's great information, and a great answer. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then the other, I'm just gonna ask another question because no one else has their light on. If you don't mind, Mayor.
You ask great questions, so I think we'll see the floor.
Yeah, the other question I just had was around the operating fund. I believe this is the same as what we would consider the accumulated unspent surplus in our budgeting land. And it's a similar question to the last one, but what is a good number for that? Like, I think when I first came into local government, I heard like 3 months of operating. Like, do you have an opinion on that, or is there a best practice that you're aware of?
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, I would always, at first I would look at, when did those regular cash needs happen for the city? And with your property taxes and the cash coming in will come in July, right? So it's not just 3 months, it's probably 6 or 7 months to make sure that you're making payroll, paying the bills, all those good things, right? So that's kind of the magic number as a starting point. And then what else is in that operating unspent, or as you're going through the budget process, like what could that be used? Even though there's a number there as that operating fund, it's not in bylaw reserves or restricted reserves, but there are chunks of it that will be sort of spoken for already, right? And that's something that would, staff can have some of that breakdown, but there are some things there where that's either earmarked for project or it will become a specific bylaw or reserve going forward. So I would start with that, like you want at least 6 months of operations there, half the year of your expenses to look at. And then beyond that, you probably want a bit more buffer. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, for the great questions. And I don't see any further questions. So I think that, again, points to a great presentation, Corey. I really appreciate it. And maybe we'll see you in a year or so. All right. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda, we have the Municipal and Regional District Tax, MRDT, financial report. And so, Tanya, I'll pass it over to you if you want to press the magic mic button there. And there you go.
All right, perfect. Hello, everybody. So once again, thank you for inviting us here to present on the traditional and unceded territory of Comox First Nation. And for those of you who are in the room for our elected officials forum, I apologize. Some of this will be a little bit repetitive for you as we go through the 2023 activities with Experience Comox Valley. So 2023 was year 2 of a 5-year MRDT business plan, where our vision is that the Comox Valley is recognized as the premier year-round Vancouver Island destination for outdoor culinary and cultural activities. So you'll see as I move through the slide, we really, you'll repeat that theme of outdoor adventure, culinary experiences, and arts and culture as the 3 key destination drivers or pillars that we really focus our destination marketing around. The Tourism Advisory Committee was established in 2022 to help guide the work that we do at Experience Comox Valley. There's 11 members from various sectors, plus the CVRD liaison and myself. They work together collaboratively to represent the best interests of Comox Valley stakeholders. And we're just so grateful for the time that they put in to guide the work that we do. Our strategic objectives for 2023 were to increase revenue from visitation, to manage growth and benefit through seasonal and geographic dispersion. So encouraging visitors to come here during the shoulder seasons, not just, at the height of summer when we don't necessarily have the capacity to host them. Increase the competitiveness of Comox Valley as a desired destination, and support sustainable initiatives and activities. You might not let me change the page now. Right. There we go. So for our target audiences, geographically, we do focus on where we have the highest impact, which is those short haul visitors from Southern Vancouver Island and Metro Vancouver area, as well as our direct connection between Calgary and Edmonton to our Comox Valley Airport. And then on a lesser side, Washington State as well. We focus on ages 35 plus families, with the explorer quotient type being authentic experiencers, rejuvenators, and cultural explorers. Basically, we're looking for people who have interests in those 3 key pillar areas of outdoor and marine adventures, culinary experiences, and art and culture. So our website is our key resource. That's consumer facing. So experiencecomoxvalley.ca. We've optimized it for conversion to stakeholder websites. We do have free business listings on the website where there's approximately, I think it's just under 300 businesses are now listed there for free. We have our events calendar as well, where anyone can submit a event that's open to the public for free to be listed on our calendar. We introduced 6 new blogs, including longer visit itineraries. So encouraging people to maybe, instead of come just for the weekend, we've created itineraries that show them what they can do in 4 or 5 days of a visit here. Then you can see the origin of a lot of the users were from Canada, no surprise, US, UK, Mexico, and Germany. For our visual assets, we worked with 6 local photographers in 2023. We collected more than 150 new images, as well as, I didn't count all the hours of B-roll, so I don't have a number for you there, but we used the B-roll clips to create some new themed videos and commercials. Oh, and I don't know if that video is probably not going to play. Okay. Social media is another great tool that we have. It is user-generated content, so it's real people sharing their experiences that they've had here in the Comox Valley. So for people who are following along and looking for trip inspiration, we're not telling them what to do. They're hearing it from locals and from other visitors. We do daily posts of new content and also respond to any questions, comments. Our 2 main social media accounts are Facebook and Instagram. It's also a great tool to amplify stakeholder and other business messaging. So if there's events that are happening, we can share that through stories on Instagram, for instance, or actual posts. There was a 7% increase in Facebook followers with a total reach of 1.6 million over the course of the year. And Instagram, we had a 24% increase in followers with just over 1 million reach for the year. Oh, another really cool thing that we got to do in 2023, this was the first time we had done it. It was an Instagram takeover for 48 hours where we partnered with the BC Arts Guide. So this is as a province, BC's guide to the arts and culture. Basically, they gave control to our social media coordinator for a full 24 hours where we just blasted posts. I have a couple of screenshots there so you can see the types of stories that we told, but we featured 12 different local museums, art studios, and galleries throughout the 24 hours. Print advertising is another useful art advertising that we use. So we have our guide. It's called the Vacation Guide, or it was in 2023. We're just calling it a guide now for 2024. You don't need to be on vacation to use the information that's in the guide. But that's distributed widely, as well as we had ads in the BC Guide to Arts and Culture, Go Vancouver Island, Vancouver Island Visitor Guide, Canada Travel Lifestyle, Soar Magazine, and our landmark media maps. Comox Valley, we bought the cover image of for the Comox Valley. So Comox Valley map, so that it's kind of brand aligned. There's just some examples so you can see the visuals that we put out there. Broadcast marketing, we worked with CTV to do some community spotlights. So there was 3 different spotlights. One was at a local business in Comox, an outdoor adventure business in Comox, an arts and culture business in Courtenay, and a culinary experience in Cumberland. We also aired commercials, so 15 and 30-second commercials on live broadcast, as well as streaming and pre-roll. And then we could geo-target the streaming ones to Calgary, Edmonton, and Metro Vancouver. So you can see the live impressions were estimated to be approximately 2.5 million, with the digital ad impressions just over 220,000, and a click-through rate average of 0.25%. We also work with partners to deliver some of our campaigns. So working with other community destination marketing organizations from Cowichan up to Campbell River. We partnered on the Island Taste Trail. So this was really highlighting culinary experiences and small plate offerings at local restaurants throughout the fall. And we worked with the Comox Valley Airport for Calgary and Edmonton contesting in the fall. We also like to leverage the Destination BC consortium. So by buying into these consortiums, we can, again, further our messaging out there on their websites, which are very targeted to a specific activity. Of course, Experience Comox Valley is everything there is to do in the Comox Valley. But for instance, Ride Island, that's mountain biking, and we're a page on that website. We focused on some seasonal digital campaigns. So we kind of turn off the campaigns for the summer, as I mentioned. Capacity is potentially an issue here in the summer, so we focus on a warm up to winter, a spring, and fall campaign. You can see that the reach, depending on the campaign, was anywhere from 224,000 to close to 400,000. And then we also have always on digital search ads through Google that are just year round. And that was just over 300,000 reach for that. Doesn't let me. And there's some examples of, again, some of the visuals that we put out there in the digital world. I just wanted to quickly highlight the fall campaign. It was just a great example of a very robust campaign, lots of different things happening in the fall to encourage people and to educate visitors about why they might want to come here in the fall. There was digital ads, including social media, display, Google, as well as some sponsored articles in Alberta. So exploring the Comox Valley in the winter time or in the fall. We had a TikTok influencer here from Vancouver is awesome. The BC Arts Instagram takeover that I mentioned, as well as the Island Taste Trail and a BC Ale Trail passport campaign was all happening at the same time. Another great big win for 2023, we formalized a partnership with the Comox Valley Airport because we recognize a lot of the crossover between our goals for increased inbound marketing, as well as visitor experiences and market research. So learning a little bit more about visitor behavior. So it was a really great first year of the partnership. We did a win a trip to the Comox Valley contest in the fall. So this was 2 possible prizes, 1 prize for a resident of Calgary and 1 for a resident of Edmonton. There was a lot of really great interaction with the contest, including I had a radio station reach out to me from Edmonton that had heard about the contest and wanted me to come on live on air to talk about it and talk about the Comox Valley. So that was a really cool little bonus bit of attention that we got through that. In total, there was over 3,500 entries into the contest, and the winners have already come. They've done their trip. They loved it. They had a great experience. And then market research is another great thing that we continue to do to understand visitor and travel motivations, as well as their satisfaction when they're here. So 2023 was the first year that we had actually done some visitor intercept surveys. We partnered with the Comox Valley Airport, as well as Vancouver Island University. So we had 2 separate visitor intercept survey projects out there. Some of the major findings I just put up here include the majority of the visitors were here for pleasure and or visiting friends and family, just 73%. The top activities that people stated that they did while they were here in the Comox Valley were going to the beach, hiking, shopping, marine activities, visiting wineries, breweries, and festivals and events. Overall, we had a net promoter score of 60 to 71, depending on which survey you were looking at and what time of year. For those of you that don't know what net promoter score is, you can always come up and ask me about it later, but 60 to 71 is a really, really great score. Anything above 0 is considered good, like you're not in the negative. Above 50 is where most businesses want to aim, and anything above 70 or 75 is considered like world class. The positives that were stated through the surveys, so this is again based on visitor satisfaction, was that it was beautiful, friendly people, plenty to do, good restaurants, clean environment. Some of the negatives that were stated throughout the surveys was higher traffic, limited marine space, specifically for transient boaters, limited taxi service, limited restaurant hours of operation, and then homelessness and drug use issues. We had some great attention through travel, trade, and media in 2023, including some familiarization trips from various places, including the German National Radio, Seattle Magazine, the Weather Network, and Vancouver is Awesome. We also participated, or Experience Comox Valley participated in the Explore Vancouver Island Travel Trade Show event, where there was 19 operators that were there looking for ideas for places to include in their itineraries and group trips. We created some branded display banners, tents, and a tablecloth. So again, just working with our branding to get more visually aligned with the Experience Comox Valley brand. Also new for 2023 was the Event and Experiences Fund. So we launched the pilot. It was towards the end of summer that we actually launched it, and it was focusing on events and festivals that were taking place throughout the fall up to December 31st to align with the 2023 calendar year. Each applicant could apply for up to $7,500 in funding. There were 6 total successful applicants for the fall of 2023. And I've got the list there, lots of them from Cumberland. They definitely heard about this events and experience fund opportunity and took advantage of it. Not in a bad way, I mean in a good way. For visitor information services, we have our visitor center that's open year round, 5 days a week from Tuesday to Saturday. And in the summer, we did have enough staff to be able to open up to 7 days a week for July and August. We also operate mobile visitor information kiosks throughout July and August with the Comox Marina, downtown Courtenay, and downtown Cumberland as the 3 main locations. And then we also participated in a couple of events. There's advertising opportunities for tourism related businesses up at the visitor center. We have a consignment gift shop of local goods, and in the gift shop, there's over 50 local artists that are featured. And visitor center staff also did some community outreach through local high school career days, for example, engagement workshops, and Chamber of Business or Chamber of Commerce business after business networking events. There's just a look at some of the statistics of visitors that came through the visitor center over the last 3 years. We've slowly been seeing a little bit more and more. You can see the mobile kiosks there. I sectioned those out to give you an idea of how many people see those mobile ones throughout the summer. Oh, and then now into the money that we spent. Should I stop there and see if anybody has any questions about the marketing, or should I just blow right through and then we'll do questions all at the very end? Okay, at the end, perfect. All right, so looking at our revenue. So I just want to point out there was an error on our end. There is $50,000 that is unaccounted for in this revenue from the local government contribution. It was missed, my apologies. So it doesn't change the carry forward, but it would affect by 50,000 extra the revenue and 50,000 extra the expenses because it was in and out. So in total, we collected from general MRDT, should say we, you guys, the city of Courtenay collected just over 417,000. And then another 280 from the online accommodation platforms. You can see there some of the other revenue that we collect includes the Destination BC Co-op Fund grant, as well as Canada Summer Jobs grant, other provincial grants, and then our retail sales at the consignment shop and business advertising up at the visitor center. So for spending, again, that ending carry forward remains the same with a total carry forward of 185,000 of general MRDT and 955,000 of online accommodation platform. I did sort of break it down a little bit further so you can see 459,000 was spent on marketing. Destination management was just over 69,000. Visitor services, this number is a little bit confusing. And again, I apologize, working within the lines that are in the MRDT report, we lump the CVRD contribution as just like one big total visitor servicing. But if you were to break that down a little bit further, it's actually closer to 367,000 for visitor servicing and building, and then 168 from CVRD admin. So in total for 2023, money out of MRDT was 499,000. Which was split pretty evenly between marketing activities and then wages and for marketing wages and visitor center wages. So a look at what's coming up here for 2024. We are working on some inclusive marketing content collections. So expanding our accessibility guide as well as gathering some 2S LGBTQIA+ content. So that's visual, pictures, as well as written content. We will again have a dedicated presence in the Alberta market through a continued partnership with the Comox Valley Airport for 2024. We're looking at a reimagined fall campaign as well as doing a flexible winter campaign. Just for instance, with Mount Washington, snow being potentially unpredictable, we want to be able to make sure that we can capture what's available in real time on quick short notice. We have a new volunteer program that's starting at the visitor center. And we're working on creating more visitor education messaging. So around things like emergency management, for instance, in the case of wildfires, for example. And of course, we're continuing on our 2024 Events and Experiences Fund. And anyways, I think my next slide says questions, but it's not clicking over. There it is. All right. Questions, anyone? I apologize if I ran through that really fast.
No, it's much appreciated. We have a pretty chock-a-block agenda. So, but thanks so much for the presentation and kind of the marketing as well as the financial side of it. And I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I'll be quick on my question. It's actually one I meant to ask when we received the presentation last time, and now I have the opportunity to ask them and I forgot. So something that I've heard from a few restaurant owners in town was a disappointment on the canceling or not doing the Dine Around event this year. I don't know if it happened last year. I do know we've done it in the past. And my question is whether or not that's going to come back, and if it's not, then maybe just an understanding of why that event's not happening.
Yeah, great question. So that was an event that was coordinated by the Comox Valley Economic Development Society. So it hasn't run in the same way since they dissolved. The Island Taste Trail was our sort of answer to that. We recognize and we have heard from restaurants as well that it was a campaign that they saw benefit to. So as a way to try to encourage people to come in the fall during a bit of a slower season for the restaurants, we created the Island Taste Trail campaign. So 2022 was the first year that we did it. And then in 2023, it expanded to include those other communities that I mentioned. So in 2022, it was just Parksville, Qualicum, and Comox Valley. And then in 2023, it was Cowichan, Nanaimo, Parksville, Qualicum, Comox Valley, and Campbell River. I do still think that there's a great opportunity because Dine Around, for instance, was in February was the timing of that. So it is something that I'm currently looking at other models and what other communities do to try to encourage that at that time of year. Whether or not it's exactly Dine Around, that's the answer. I don't know. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And next we have Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious about a couple of things. First of all, do you see any change in revenue as a result of the new changes to short-term rental regulations?
So I can't really speak to the OAP. That's not really, that stays within the Comox, the city of Courtenay. I know there is a lot of questions around that and how it will affect, and we're just as curious to see. The electoral areas, for instance, aren't really affected per se. But yeah, within the city of Courtenay, there might be. I'm not sure. I don't know what to expect. Sorry.
The other thing I was curious about, I've seen your advertising on Global, and I'm wondering if there's any correlation to that you've noticed between when you advertise and they have a crew over here and they end up doing a news story as well. Because every so often we see a local news story that isn't necessarily timely, and I'm just wondering if there's a correlation at all.
Oh, I haven't noticed one, but I can definitely look into that.
Yeah, it's just a curiosity. It's I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fair.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And I do see online, we do have Councillor Jolicoeur. So maybe I'll go out to Zoom land and let you ask your question.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. Yeah, I've got just two questions, but I'll start with my first one. Looks like this cost related to staffing is largely in two sections in the expense columns, one under marketing and the other one under destination. And the destination one seems to be mostly just the training dollars for staff. So I guess I'm just curious, between those dollar amounts, I think close to 340, how many staff do we have working specifically just on the Comox Valley tourism?
Yeah, that's a great question. So under marketing, it's 100% of my wages. I live here. I spend all of my time on focusing on Comox Valley. Plus we also, excuse me, we also have some marketing managers where, or not necessarily, but like project managers or project team members where 25% of their wages is represented in that. So there's 4, maybe 5 other staff that are represented for the marketing side of thing, at least a portion of their wages, because they do spend time working on the projects. For visitor servicing, We have a manager who 50% of his wages account for that, as well as all the staff that work out of the visitor center. Under destination development, that industry development and training, that line item, if that's the one that you're looking at, it's not wages. That would be for things like workshops where we do either engagement, networking events, or like, for instance, I did a workshop with the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce members in the fall, where I where we educated them on the opportunities to work with Experience Comox Valley and how we can promote their businesses and leverage resources to help them out. So that would be an example of where that line, if that's the one that you were looking at for under destination development.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I mean, it's really nice to see in the report so many successes this year, both in terms of the assets that you've acquired, but also the various campaigns that you've highlighted. I guess one of the campaigns, which it won't be a surprise to you because I've asked you this already, but seeing it in more detail in the report specifically was the ale campaign. And so am I reading this correctly in that we paid to participate in that campaign?
Correct, yeah. So for the Destination BC consortiums, they have an annual fee. Most of them are between $3,000 to $6,000 for the year of a contribution. And basically what that does is it gets us content on their respected websites. So for the bcltrail.com or rideisland.com or whichever, or Hoy BC, whichever one it is, as well as usually some sort of a targeted campaign. So for BC Ale Trail, for instance, the targeted campaign was that passport program that Comox Valley participated in, along with breweries from, again, it was Cowichan, Nanaimo, Parksville, Qualicum, and Comox Valley, kind of that like mid-island Vancouver Island Trail. So yes, so we contribute an annual fee to them, and that's what we get out of it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Tanya. Just a quick question about the online accommodation amounts. Just to refresh everyone's memory, those numbers are kind of sitting off to the side for us to deal with for affordable housing initiatives and such.
Correct. Yeah, the OAP collection that has happened so far to date has been carry forward. So for instance, the ending carry forward at the end of 2023 was just over $955,000 for affordable housing programs as you see fit.
Great, thanks very much.
Yeah.
And maybe as a follow-up to that, so those dollars are sitting there. So what's the decision point that happens to sort of release those dollars or to sort of pin them to a project or something?
Yeah, so when you submit, or when we submit in November for MRDT spending, we'll of course be submitting a marketing tactical plan. But if you want to at the same time submit for spending the affordable housing, that would be the time to do it.
So we would want to start talking.
And then you could spend it in 2025.
Fair enough. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor, through to council. In development is our affordable housing strategy through development services, and with some alignment also with community services. This is what was viewed as a potential revenue source based on the day's policy from the province. I would say has changed significantly. The number of online revenue producing short-term vacation rental units will be significantly less. So that has to be factored in. Having said that, though, we have a significant amount of money that's waiting. So the combination of our existing affordable housing amenity fund, funds that are in MRDT, and then strategies to leverage both with regional partners and provincial partners, it would be part of that discussion. And so November is looming, but we also have massive change in the situation as it particularly relates to revenues, potentially through online platforms.
Okay, thanks for that. And maybe just one more clarification question in terms of those funds. Are those collected just within the MRDT area, which is Courtenay, where the regional district monies are, and Town of Comox and Village of Cumberland are somewhere else?
Yeah, currently the city of Courtney is where general MRDT and regional or the OAP online accommodation platforms is collected. There is a small amount that's collected up at Mount Washington. They have their own separate
Mhm.
MRDT.
Yes.
Just to make it
absolutely.
real confusing, right?
I remember wrapping my head around this. Thanks so much for those clarifications. Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I found the surveys interesting, some of the feedback, and I don't know obviously all the details and what's on the questionnaire and that kind of thing. But I guess I was curious whether there's any way to tease out some of that feedback through the surveys for a bit more detailed information on each municipality. I mean, I see that limited marina space obviously is relevant to Comox. So, and the reason I ask is that feedback could be important to kind of inform some of our strategic direction. And just to add to that, as an example, I think Councillor Hillian was with me when we were doing the Go Bike BC, Go by Bike event down on the Riverway Trail. And I'm not sure if Councillor Hillian was there for that conversation, but this fellow was riding through and he was actually, you know, he'd mapped out all the places where there were kind of community bike trails, and he was, I can't remember where he was from now, but he was a visitor and he was going through the whole island, and he was seeking out places that had those, you know, had that infrastructure in place. And I mean, that's one example of where it would be helpful to have information about visitor patterns that are linked specifically to some infrastructure that we have, or what would be optimal to expand or whatever. You know, we've got obviously the limited taxi service, which we don't have a lot of control over, but there are some areas that perhaps the city could, you know, could have a bit of control over. So I'm not sure if there's a way to tease out that information that's more specific to municipality or
Yeah.
anything that's related to things that we're in control of.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'll go back to, I'll have to check specifically if VIU tracked where each of the survey responses were collected from, because that would be a really good indicator. So I made a note here to take that back and find that out. This also too, I will say this research that we've gathered, it is currently one of the resources or background documents that we are using through our new tourism strategy plan that we're being developed. So that's why it's really great to have this actual hard data for visitor information that we can actually use in following year's strategies, including our 2025 tactical plan. Now that this information is available for our tourism advisory committee to sort of chew through and make some recommendations based on those results. So yeah, it'll be really great. I think the 2025 plan to include that.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Moore. And I think that's it. Thanks so much, Tanya. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
your presentation. And moving right along, we now have the City of Courtney engagement strategy project launch, and I believe I'm going to pass it over to Anne. Just 1 second. I'll turn your microphone on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here. I was here a few months ago for the adoption of the city's new communication strategy, and that has been a great positive impact on city communications already. We're in the process of rolling out new templates and tools in collaboration with departments across the city. Now we're moving forward on another of Council's strategic priorities, and that is an engagement framework. Once again, we're working with Spur Communication, who supported the communication strategy. We have Hilary Farson and Zakir Varani here to speak to the new engagement framework process. So take it away, Hilary and Zakir.
Thank you so much for having us here to speak today, folks. We really appreciate the time to kind of formally kick off the project today. So I'll dive right in here. As Anne mentioned, my name is Hilary Farson. I'm a principal here at Spur Communication. And of course, I'm joined by Zakir, who is a director here as well. We've got 4 portions of our presentation today. We're starting here at introductions and acknowledgements. We'll then provide an overview of the project and do some context setting. We'll then move into our project approach, and we'll finish by holding times for some questions. I do want to start by noting that Zakir and I live on the unceded territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam peoples. Our team aims to advance reconciliation in everything we do, and you may remember from the last time we presented with you, but throughout this presentation, you'll hear us use the term interest holder, where you might have more commonly heard the term stakeholder. Changing our language is only one component of SPUR's approach to reconciliation. So I want to start by providing some context for the project, particularly as it relates to the city's communication strategy, which Anne just spoke to, which was finished last year. So the first thing I want to speak about is the importance of an integrated approach and consistent approach to both communication and engagement. So last year, when we worked with the city to develop your communication strategy, we really went at it thinking that having clearly defined communication is really critical to ensuring that residents always know what's happening at the city and the services that are available to them. The next step is now to develop mechanisms for two-way dialogue. So we're kind of moving from that information out into the information in time. So both your communication strategy and your engagement framework need to intentionally be designed to create ways to hear from diverse residents and interest holders. Just as we put a lot of effort into creating communication systems that would work for equity deserving groups, we will put the same amount of time, attention, and care into this project as well. We're also going to be working with Ginger Gosnell-Myers, who is an Indigenous expert with over 20 years of experience in decolonization and urban Indigenous planning and policy. She will help design the Indigenous engagement that will feed into and inform this process, and she'll later work with the city on the reconciliation framework as well in the coming year. As part of this process, which Zakir will speak to later, we will also be re-engaging equity deserving communities as part of the project to understand how can we better understand and deconstruct barriers to participation. An integrated approach also, I'll move faster so that we can get to that hockey game. An integrated approach also means that you'll use a lot of the same channels across your communication, your engagement projects, promoting engagement and ensuring that residents have enough information to contribute meaningfully is integral to engagement. So we will use the same channels and approaches outlined in your strategy and carry them forward through to your framework wherever we can. Finally, when we have that consistency across engagement and communications projects, I really think this creates more ease. So this is something that you'll probably hear me come back to a couple of times today and throughout this project. But when it comes to alignment here, we increase the ease with which residents can learn from, engage with the city. The more common these things feel, the easier they feel for them. We'll make it easier for them to come into the city. And similarly, we make that easier for staff to go back out across projects through creating streamlined templates and approaches. So I think that fostering a sense of ease for both the staff and for your community is going to be integral for success here. The next thing I want to talk about is why cities need to develop strong engagement frameworks. So of course, frameworks serve to guide meaningful interactions between council and staff and residents and interest holders. They make it easier for more predictable workflows and processes. But I think more importantly, a strong framework really helps ensure that every voice can be heard and valued, including those from equity deserving groups. A really good framework creates municipal processes and systems that allow for and facilitate diverse participation and meaningful conversations. So what makes a strong framework is probably a good follow-up question. We think that there are 4 key elements here. So the first is inclusivity. A good framework should create systems where projects are designed with accessibility at the forefront. For your project here, that will mean us making some decisions about the types of methods and engagement tactics that the city uses more consistently moving forward, again, to create consistency. Next, transparency. A good framework should provide clarity into how decisions are made and how governments use public input and feedback. Without transparency, it's pretty hard to earn trust. So we want to make sure that the process is really clear for folks. Next, accountability. A strong framework will set the stage for how the city commits to using feedback. And here, as a preview, you can anticipate a pretty high alignment with IAP2 best practices and principles for how we can set expectations for what people can expect their feedback will do. And finally, I think a good framework builds in processes for review, refinement, and changes. Communities change over time, and so should the processes and policies that serve them. So the last two things I want to speak about are the benefits of an engagement framework. First, from the perspective of the city, and next for the perspective of your community. So for the city, I think that a strong engagement framework creates streamlined processes. You've got clear guidelines that establish standardized procedures, that consistency, that efficiency across departments comes into play here. I like a strong framework to also create predictable workflows for your team. Your staff all of a sudden have really clear expectations about what type of timelines do different types of projects take, what kind of planning will things take. Ultimately, that should help make your execution of projects a lot easier. Next, a good framework should improve resource management. I think a good framework should help keep things focused. It helps you prioritize where to allocate your time and your resources related to community input and project impacts. I think this also helps municipalities better manage risks and the resource challenges, of course, that come with them. Early and regular community feedback helps us identify potential issues in advance, allowing for proactive adjustments or strategies and reducing unforeseen challenges down the road. Finally, an engagement framework also provides opportunities for enhanced collaboration. And I think this applies both internally and externally. So externally, you know how to reach your interest holders, you have their contact information, you have healthy relationships. It's easier to jump back into conversation with them. But I also think internally, a good framework can make a difference because they facilitate really easy cross-departmental collaboration. So they encourage different departments to work together under a unified strategy, which helps foster quick communication, quick teamwork, and a little bit more, again, ease. Last but not least, benefits to the community. I think the first thing that's really important with an engagement framework is that it increases shared understanding. Providing consistent information on how and when engagement occurs and how people's contributions influence outcomes will help ensure that people know exactly how to provide feedback consistently and make that easy for them. They will also know how that feedback informs decisions moving forward. Next, I think a strong framework has to facilitate increased accessibility. I want to speak to the importance of building that right into your framework. So having, and I'll start just by flagging that having a consistent approach itself is a really integral step to improving accessibility. I think it's Priya Parker's book, The Art of Gathering, that speaks to having kind of more defined processes actually increases accessibility because there's less surprises and it's less intimidating for people to show up. So how do we bake that right into your system? The framework also has to ensure that multiple avenues for involvement are available to people. So we're not going to deliver a framework that says you're always going to engage in this one way. So I want to be clear, I'm trying not to contradict myself. So we want to create consistency, but there still have to be multiple avenues to participate. So if you're comfortable speaking in a room, that's really wonderful. But if you're not, there still has to be a way for you to give your feedback. I also think that a well thought out framework should reduce barriers over time. So the research that we'll put into this framework, we're really hoping to understand what are the common barriers that some people feel when they come to participate with the city. And the framework will therefore provide recommendations that are tailored to remove those obstacles that we specifically hear from your community. And the last thing I'll say here before I send it over to Z is that I really think a good framework supports stronger community advocacy, which as an engagement nerd makes me really happy. It will equip your public and your communities with the knowledge and tools that they need to advocate effectively for their interests and their needs, both now and into the future. Over to you, Z.
Thank you very much. I don't have a Priya Parker quote to kick off this section, but you did remind me of something that my old golf instructor told me, which is that predictability leads to consistency, which leads to more yards on your 5-iron, which I think is the same principle. And so to talk a bit about that, I'll go into the actual process that we'll be working through together for the rest of the year. So what's already taken place is initial project initiation and research. This began with comparative municipality research. This was essentially a competitive analysis of cities that have similar geographies or populations or size to Courtenay, to look at existing engagement frameworks to see where there are opportunities to draw on inspiring things that have been done or things that bear repeating or further investigation. We've also had our actual project kickoff to align the teams and start to set the schedule, which has been planned out between now and December. And currently happening in May and a little bit into June is we will be interviewing you. So we are currently coordinating and scheduling those sessions. I believe there's 2 that may take place in June. Otherwise, the rest should be scheduled towards the end of May. And this is to kick things off by gathering your perspectives, both on the current state of engagement for the city, but then also what you hope might change, or what you've heard, or what you're expecting. And this is to start filling out that Venn diagram of perspectives across all of the different interest holding groups to understand what shared needs, shared expectations, and shared opportunities might emerge. As we complete those interviews, we'll also prepare an initial informal report outlining some of the key themes and trends that we heard from those sessions. Then moving into late May and throughout June and into July, we will be doing a wealth of engagement of multiple perspectives, including various interest holding and equity seeking community groups, city staff, and the city's public itself. So we will be coordinating and designing those engagements in some senses for interest holders, and city staff will be running workshops in person. Hill and I will be coming to town to join you for those. And then we'll also be working on some more digital and broad scale ways of connecting with your public to gather their perspectives as well. And again, once we've completed these activities, we'll prepare another informal initial report just to ensure that we're not disappearing for months at a time and collecting information without constantly feeding back what we're hearing as we continue to build, because those interviews in May are not the only time that we're going to hope to hear from you. Moving into July and August, we'll go into a heads down season of synthesis and reporting. And so taking the data from the different engagements that were run and analyzing the feedback to surface patterns and trends to understand what barriers specific groups might be feeling to engaging with the city, what may be working really well currently that should not change. Everything from which channels are feeling appropriate on to how to approach certain themes or which groups are expecting to be engaged in certain areas. And so we will assess this data, we'll synthesize it, and we will prepare our engagement report outlining what was heard across those sessions. Then moving into September and November, we'll prepare a draft framework for circulation and review. And just to reuse the same analogy again, we don't want to disappear for too long without keeping everybody who has care for this in the loop. And so we'll be sharing a draft framework for review, and we'll be presenting it as well, with the goal of once again hearing your perspectives and feedback so we can refine that framework, because ultimately it's for the public, it's for equity deserving groups, it's for interest holding groups, and it's for this council and this group as well. And so the success of this framework is in our ability to marry all of those pieces together so that perspectives can be aligned and that channels can serve multiple needs. And finally, with the goal of wrapping up before everyone breaks for the holidays, we will go through final revisions on that framework, and we'll also prepare a set of templates similar to what we did for the communication strategy. The expectation is that we'll prepare some templates for engagement activities that allow for best practices and framework recommendations to be applied as systematically and predictably and consistently as possible. And with that, we're happy to take any questions that you have. And I'd like to thank you for giving Hill and I some time to walk through this. And I hope you all wrap up today in time for puck drop.
I was going to say you made a golfing reference there, but I think the only one I've got is keep your stick on the ice, but I'm not sure I understand what it means either. So with that, are there any questions from council? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Really happy to see the two of you, and really glad that we're working together on this next stage of really, I view as a key opportunity to safeguard democracy. There's a lot of conversation right now around misinformation and disinformation, and fortunately the Comox Valley is not without the impacts of that. We feel it every day in the work that we do. And so I really love the staff report that came with this, but as it relates to your presentation more specifically, I think the added focus on interest groups and Indigenous engagement as well is really a positive step in us continuing to commit to our strategic work on equity and reconciliation. And I'm wondering if you can speak to more broadly what you've seen around communities that have engaged in a robust process in understanding what engagement can look like as a means to, and you kind of highlighted it, but I'd like to hear a little bit more, as a means to really engage citizens in the work of community building, in the work of health and wellness, in the work of the work that the city does. And I'm wondering if you could speak to also the role that might have in ensuring that people have the right information, the factual information around the business of the city.
I can take a crack at it, and then Zakir might jump in with the things that I will inevitably forget. I think there's a couple different pieces that will be helpful when we think about outputs for this project. I would like to be able to come back to the city through our engagement process to also have a sense of who is interested in what. So I'm always really mindful with engagement that engagement fatigue is so easy to wrap into. And if we're going back to the same group over and over and over again to speak on every project, we're likely to end up with a disengaged resident and community base, which is the opposite of what we're looking for. So I think one key piece of this engagement for this project is going to be to get a sense of who wants to be asked when we're doing different types of projects. So what are the organizations that always want to be at the table when we're talking about health? Who wants to be at the table when we're talking about housing? Who wants to be at the table when we're talking about sustainability policy? Some people might want to be at all of those tables, but a lot of the time people don't have the capacity to be at all those tables. They're dealing with their own burnout in their own life. So that's one piece that I think we'll have to bake into this. The disinformation piece is a really interesting one. I think one of the things that we'll want to think about, again, from an output perspective is there a consistent approach to communication that has to precede a project? So what does an accessible project backgrounder look like? What could be the use of storytelling to draw people in so that they're getting that information? And then critically, does the city want to entertain some policies in and around how long you need to have information out in community before we start asking for feedback back? Because I think one of the things that we sometimes see, which is really common and understandable because of tight resources, of course, is a project launches with engagement being the first thing that we're doing. And I think there's two missteps with that. First, people don't necessarily have the information that they need to give you meaningful feedback. And second, it drains on the relationships that you have with people. Because the first thing you're doing is asking for something back instead of providing something community. So there's some levers that we might be able to play with, which define how long you'd like to launch a project before you're actually asking for feedback back. I think I might have only answered 2 of your 3 questions, so apologies, Councillor Jalicoeur, if I did not catch all of it.
I can jump in with one thought, which is just maybe more on the side of goals of this project, and maybe especially some of the latent opportunities that that come together through this process that we're going to be working through, where ideally we are hearing from every group in the city's purview, but ultimately, as you alluded to, this is a step. There are steps being taken through this work, and in some scenarios and some communities and some environments, that step is the actual initial outreach that takes place, and it's the beginning of forming new relationships between the city and specific equity deserving or interest holding groups. And so ideally, we're hearing from folks on where they'd like to be engaged, the type of information they're looking for, the channels that they're typically using to do that. But in other cases, this will be about making that first step to begin building that relationship, because right now the answer might be based on a lack of trust or transparency or connection to city operations or engagement topics. But as that relationship builds, those answers will change and different channels come to light, or different levels of engagement will be desired. And so we're both hoping to apply a framework to what the current state is, while also trying to help lay a bit of the groundwork for a better future state of engaging with everyone.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks, Councillor Jalicoeur and Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I know we're right in the beginning phases of this, so I like some of the concepts that you brought forward, and one that stood out for me was the transparency piece. I think we often struggle with, we put out the information and try to be transparent, but people are not necessarily going to our information. And I think this is the quandary that we've been in that you talked about tapping out sort of and capacity for people. And I think folks do tend to look for the shortest soundbite and they don't seek out maybe the detailed information. And that's aside from knowing that we need to do better on our website and other things, but we do have social media that we utilize. And I guess this is probably an early question, but maybe just to plant the seed that the question around how we engage people to kind of go to the source rather than those quick and easy sound bites, because they could actually go to our social media and probably learn a lot more than they're reading on, you know, a social media page, which often is inaccurate and inflammatory. So I don't know how you change those kinds of patterns when you've actually got people on that platform, but they're actually not going to the source of information where we're trying to be transparent with what we're doing.
So we'll do the reverse this time. I'll answer with what I have, and then Hill, please fill in the blanks that I will inevitably leave in my wake. But the thing that comes to mind for me right away is you highlighted the potential for inflammatory conversations in media and information that may exist on social channels. Anything that consists of user-generated content is going to have that risk, and it will often be where folks do look as they're seeking to gather contexts about potentially controversial topics. And so that is where specific tool choices can become quite useful, especially when we're talking about digital engagement and we think of engagement platforms. The stronger platforms give the administrator, the city team, the ability to have contextual information placed alongside and within the actual engagement activities. Because the truth is that the majority of folks who choose to engage in a survey or some form of online engagement are often coming to the topic for the first time in either quite a while or ever. And so whatever context and information they're going to have on the topic will be based on what they've heard from their internal circles and what's in front of them in that moment. And so a lot of the better engagement tools really leverage that current moment and offer interactive media and cataloging and libraries and archives that align with the engagement tools themselves. So if somebody enters a survey or enters an engagement space, they're first required to navigate through a series of briefing materials or to watch an introductory video. And then it allows you to also include snippets of that material throughout the engagement pages or screens. So it's not a complete and full answer to what you're highlighting, because it is ultimately one of the toughest things to solve. But I just wanted to speak to one of the trends that we're seeing in a lot of the tools that we'll be looking at and recommending and playing with.
I think the only thing I might quickly add there too is sometimes we have to lean into it, which might not be the answer you're looking for. So apologies, but I think about if we know that sometimes people are going to have a really limited focus or they're not going to have all of the information, how can we still create vehicles that allow them to engage with ease? So something really, one of the approaches that we often take with online engagement and online surveys is we'll have a preliminary question that says, hi there, do you have 3 minutes to join us, or do you have 12 minutes to join us? And that'll actually segment someone into a different survey. So if they only have 3 minutes, because that's what I got to do to meet with them where they're at, can I still create a system where they can provide feedback? Whereby if there is someone who's joining us on that online engagement and they have 12 minutes or they have 18 minutes, we can give them a little bit more information, but we're then not losing anyone who really only had 3 minutes to provide for participation. And my hope there is that the long-term impact of, even if someone comes the first time they engage with the city, they've only got 3 minutes, and they're getting that short survey, but that they like that process, it feels easy for them. And then maybe 3 engagements down the road, they're like, yeah, I can give you 18 minutes, because you've started to build that relationship with them and that ease with them so that they can then join you for longer next time. That might be a little disheartening, but it is something that I often think about.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for that. And I don't see any further questions. So thanks, Hillary and Zakir. Really appreciate your presentation today and the kickoff, and looking forward to this engagement strategy for sure. So thanks again.
Thank you, folks.
All right, and with that, we'll move over to the Vancouver Island Health Authority, and we have Jennifer Block here. And if you, as soon as you push the microphone button, we'll be off and running.
Is that right? Okay. Thanks for having me. And I bring Leslie's regrets for not being here. She was unexpectedly away today. I want to thank you for having us today to just give a brief overview of where we're at with the overdose prevention services in the Comox Valley. I understand we gave an update about a year ago to council, so this is just an opportunity to sort of let you know where things are at. And I also wanted to really thank city staff who've been working with us really closely over the last few months. So the brief update, do I move the slides? Yeah, okay. So our overdose prevention site is still running operationally on England Avenue. And it includes injection oversight, but not inhalation. So our expansion to include inhalation is in a project in design and development stage. I've provided a one-page kind of printed out overview that you have to look at. The drawings were just sort of released yesterday, or sorry, earlier today. It's a temporary site located behind our mental health building on England Avenue, with a projected beginning of construction this summer and a hopeful opening for October. We're planning with our team to manage congregation, flow in and out of areas. We really hear people in our community and the businesses that's an issue that they're concerned about, and that's an issue we're all concerned about. So that's part of the plan. Our episodic overdose prevention is something that we continue to provide at our sites and out and about when their team is doing outreach. That hasn't changed. But what we do have now is a new partnership with our with a peer-led and peer-run organization called Solid that has provided increased outreach for EOPS and connecting with the folks in our community in much expanded hours and in more flexible ways than we can, and in collaboration with us. So that's the update. Still moving, sometimes feeling very slowly ahead. Hopefully construction and opening will happen on those timelines. I did include this quick definitions, what episodic opiate or episodic overdose prevention is, and an overdose prevention site, in case that's helpful. That's it.
All right. Excellent. And I do see that Councillor Hillian has a question, and just as a reminder, it's one question per councillor, and especially if there's other councillors that have questions, and I'll try to keep the folks that are zooming in abreast of those at the lights that are on here as well. But pass it over to Councillor Hillian for now.
Thanks, Mayor. Jennifer, one of the things that I've heard from people in the community is wanting to know whether what is being provided is actually helping. And so we hear news about the number of people who have died from toxic drug overdoses, but we very rarely hear about the number of people who have used a service to inject or inhale safely and have survived. So is there any ability to produce that sort of information for the community to help reassure people that what we're doing actually helps and makes a difference?
Yes, I think so. We don't have a formal process in place for that. And our teams are responding to overdose almost every day and sometimes multiple times a day on outreach. And then there are people coming in to use our overdose prevention site every day, and we have not had any deaths. where there have been deaths associated with people who are attached to our teams. It's not when we're with them.
Yeah, I think it'd be really helpful to reinforce that with the community. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Helene and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I have a question about, and maybe this isn't up your alley, but what sort of help might be, connected with people who are using the overdose prevention site? I'm kind of assuming that, in a better world, they wouldn't necessarily need it. But wondering if that's a role you play at all of trying to connect people with perhaps counseling or some sense of hope that they might not have.
Yeah, certainly. Help can be anything from a welcoming healthcare service, which an overdose prevention site is, to connecting people to other services that are available to them or that they didn't know about, or even like providing a warm handover to what those teams and services might be. So absolutely.
Yeah, and
That's a big part of it.
And you guys are well aware of those other opportunities.
And we have a lot of those other services on our team. So it's a matter of connecting people in where they're not connected, and sometimes building trust with someone over a longer period of time so that they will feel like they can safely engage.
That's really good to hear, and I think an important part of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. I think I might have seen you speak at the downtown BIA meeting a while ago. We do have business owners and residences that have some concerns around the localized impacts around this. And is there anything that Island Health has in place to help minimize and mitigate any of those challenges?
That's a tough question. Like I told the Downtown Business Association, it's a conversation. And it's not a hot potato. This is an us issue. This is an everyone, experience. And we're trying to do all we can to both be welcoming and to not have congregation in the planning stage. And we know that that's going to be challenging. We know that there's challenging things that happen that the business owners are struggling with. Our aim is to be able to work well in our community and also to serve the people that we're intending to reach. I don't really have an answer.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I think, our council, I think, has been pretty clear that this has been something we've been asking for some time, but also using a lens of making sure that we're as prepared as possible and have the best systems that we can in place to help mitigate any of the challenges. So no, I appreciate it. It's a very difficult question and one that you may get asked more than once. So I appreciate your answer. Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I know that the inhalation, that method of use is far more prevalent than injection. But I think people would be hard pressed to even know that we have an inject. In fact, there have been people say that they had no idea we even had a place to inject. So I think there's quite a difference between having a space that people can go in and use substances that's not, necessarily out in the open. I think the actual expansion of the site hopefully will be as well managed as the location for injection, and it will be people going in and doing their thing. There's a staff person, as Councillor Frisch brought up, perhaps connection with other services. My understanding is that people are encouraged, you can't force people, but people are encouraged to stay for a few minutes because the people don't necessarily have a reaction right away. So that safety piece is there for people. I think probably where we'll see more of a pushback is the episodic services where, those are more like pop-ups that won't have that infrastructure necessarily. So I guess I'm wondering if you have any words that can maybe give a few more details about what physically this is going to be like. As an example, with housing, people have a perception of what it's going to be, but then once it's actually, supportive housing or something, but once it's implemented, it's quite different than what they perceive. So I'm just wondering if you're able to give any of those kinds of, that kind of information.
For the temporary site itself, what that's gonna look like?
Yeah, well, the temporary, and I guess you did bring up the episodic as well, but
Yeah, so think of episodic is as much as like, I'm, standing in front of this person. They want me to observe them to make sure that they,
mhm,
don't have an adverse reaction. It isn't a tent in a
yeah,
whole
yeah.
situation necessarily, although some some EOPSs do that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Mhm.
about just in time observation with somebody in case they need some support. The temporary site itself is a built structure. It has a series of containers, sort of like one stacked and then along the side with a covered and built sort of enclosed area for the inhalation to actually have happen. And then there's in your diagram, it says milling area, but an area between the inhalation and the outside where people can stay. It's not very big, and this is not like a like a be all end all solution, but it is something that we can use, and then it can be moved to another community or repurposed after we have, which down the road, what we are aiming for is a permanent site.
Mhm.
So it will look like a building.
Yeah.
It will have there will be some sort of fencing and directional flow. I think it'll look, I think it'll look good. I don't think it'll
Mhm.
be, and the location itself is a little, it's not like straight on the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just have a quick follow-up. I guess I'm wondering if there's a way to, how I know it's not necessarily part of the service, but how we'll encourage people to use those sites.
Yes.
Because people are very concerned about public use and
Yes.
And is it possible that, or have you seen it in other communities where having these sites actually shifts people to going to those sites rather than using publicly? Because people are using publicly, I think it's important to know.
Yeah.
Often because there's someone with an Narcan kit beside them.
Yeah.
Or they're trying to be around some safety. And I think it's difficult because it's very upsetting to see people using substances if that's not, in your comfort zone. So, go ahead. Thanks.
I can talk about the process that we're using as far as like developing the operation of this. So consulting with user groups, other people in the community that we, will support bringing people to and from, talking about the site. So now that we have the drawings, that next step of that work will begin. We have different working groups that are inclusive of a variety of both service users and staff people to get the word out, because that's our aim too, is to be able to bring people, have people come.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you for
Yeah.
that information.
Thanks, Councillor Morton. Appreciate that. And with that, I don't see any further questions or comments. So thanks again for the update. Really appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So
Thank you.
thanks, Jennifer. And with that, we'll move on to City Manager's reconciliation framework update.
Thank you through the mayor to council. It's just a brief update to council. It's an important item that we've been chipping away at over the last 2 years. Ultimately, the framework itself is going to be developed in coordination with Indigenous groups in the community. Just wanted to let council know that we're gaining access to some expert advice that is going to be also included in the creation of our overall engagement strategy. I just know that I just felt that we haven't been in communication for a little while about this topic, and it's an important first step. I think we want to work on reconciliation. We're working on reconciliation. And we need to make sure that partners and people involved in that reconciliation work are available and able to work with us at that point. And so it's without taking the step to ask, it's pretty big presumption to do that. So that this is really the first step, and really ultimately how it's received will let dictate our next steps. But just a simple update to council.
Thanks so much for that. Are there any questions or comments? I do see Councillor Jolicoeur online.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to the city manager for the briefing note. Really excited to see that we're engaged with Ms. Cosno Myers for the work ahead. I guess the only thing that I had a curiosity around that's not explicitly mentioned in the briefing note, I think there's a paragraph in another staff report later on the engagement strategy around the difference between First Nations governments and Indigenous groups that might not be governments. And I wonder if the city manager can speak to how we're going to be aligning with the DRIPA definition of rights holders. So that would, locally, that would be the Métis Association. They're not explicitly mentioned here. And so I just want to understand what the scope of engagement is beyond, of course, Comox First Nation. Thanks.
Mr. Corbett.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. There's a dual purpose of this, is to take those steps and ask who to consult with and how they may wish to be, and help identify through multiple points of contact who we should be talking to. In terms of identified rights holders, council made a recent referral with a rights and title perspective to urban indigenous group. My apologies. Urban indigenous groups, as well as the Métis Association, and as well as Comox First Nation. So it would be developed through consultation and dialogue, but those would typically where we're headed. And then the issue around diverse leadership amongst the Indigenous community, I think we're very hopeful that we can tackle that as well.
And did you have a follow-up to that? We do have a light on here locally.
Yeah, not a follow-up, just another question. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. I know I'm speaking quite a bit, but there will be other agenda items where I won't be, so they're just all kind of together here. So I'm curious around the role that this framework will have in our local council, providing advocacy around striving for reconciliation. And the example that I'm using is I was at the Red Dress Day on May 5th, and I believe the mayor was there as well. And basically every speaker, this was a wide range of folks who were speaking around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and actually also missing men and murdered men were brought up as well. And it was really clear that there was frustration with the lack of action on the federal government's part in particular. Only 2 out of 231 calls to action from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit people have been accomplished, which I find quite appalling personally. And I think, there's great frustration that that we're not using our political power to influence more of that work. I think that particular issue is very, there's a broad impact to many folks. So I guess my question is, are those kinds of issues going to be part of the process of this framework? Because I personally believe that we as a local government should be doing more to advocating to higher government on that issue in particular. Thanks.
Mr. Corbett.
Thank you. Through the mayor, Councillor Morin, very typically they are parts of reconciliation frameworks. this very brief briefing note talks about some of the specific actions we've taken. With respect to those calls, local government, the number, less our focus on local government. That doesn't mean we're constrained by that. So we've worked on education with our staff. We've worked on access. We've looked at economic development opportunities, procurement, as well as issues / advocacy support. And as recently as this morning, meeting with KFN and a leadership table, a shared leadership table, identifying advocacy work. So very typically, and again, I hope that this process for us is built and raised and developed by Courtney, because we can just go and pull one off the shelf, but the power in those is really those actions and what really makes sense locally. But yes, it would include those, very typically include those items, and it may include more. And that's the whole point of trying to do that with our own lens.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Moore. And yeah, I mean, you know, part of it is looking for those opportunities, and again, at that leaders table, there's I think a lot of great energy and hope from all municipalities as well as Comox First Nation. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks. It just took me a minute to unmute there. I guess the only other question I had was how staff see this framework fitting into the larger regional reconciliation action plan that the regional district is leading with an Indigenous committee supported by rights holders up and across the region.
Thank you for the question, Councillor through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. That reconciliation table, which I happen to sit at right now, it's somewhat staff centric with some representation with elected leadership as well as hereditary input. It's developed kind of a generalized overall approach. It would certainly be informed by and in sync with. It would work, you know, together, and it may, depending on what the input it comes and how it should work for our community, it may form a component of our framework. At this point, it's still being determined what that roundtable is going to be used for, and these are very colonial action oriented items. But it's very much a work in progress. But it would definitely be both beneficial and potentially linked together. There's been, you know, significant commitment / investment. I mean investment in time by all of the participants at the table over the last, I think approximately 3 years. April 21st is 3 years for me as city manager, and the initiative started shortly after I arrived. So there's been a lot of heavy lifting and commitment to build that relationship. And I guess a few months ago, there was a elected officials forum where there was some exchange or a little bit of a status update on that. And I would personally actually like to get that delivered to this table because I think it will form an important part of our ultimate framework.
Thanks for that. And is that something that we would send out an invitation for to get that presentation to this table? Yes, through the mayor, that would be appropriate. Right now, they're still in kind of formulating the table itself, but definitely there's some information that's been produced. So I think a request for an update could definitely happen. I think the roundtable is meeting either 3 or 4 times. I think that's the ultimate look there, and we're meeting more frequently right now as the initial work's being done. Right. Thanks. Council wanted to make give direction that an invitation be extended. That could either happen formally or I could take that direction. I'll give you that direction. I think based on your comments and the expedite. I mean, I don't think we need motions. If that's all right, I'm getting nods around the table. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of receipt? That's everybody. Excellent. And we'll move on to corporate services, city of engagement, city of Courtney engagement strategy. And I believe I'm passing it. Okay, thank you. Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much. As we all had the pleasure of watching earlier, we had the team from Spur here to present on the engagement strategy, which is a natural evolution coming out of the recently completed communication strategy. Last year was definitely a big year for the comms team because we also managed to complete the rebranding exercise as well. And then ultimately, as someone else had mentioned, some struggles with our website. That is the next step that's going to be coming after this. So essentially what the approach is with all of these pieces is to really create a strong foundation for us to build our website, which is really our most powerful communication and engagement tool, to make sure that as we're building that website in the future, that it's really informed by the expectations and desires of the residents within our community, both as far as how they want to receive information and what they want to receive information of, and how they want to digest that, as well as how we're going to be receiving their input and making sure that they're aware of how we're going to be using that input and then reporting back to them on the results at the end of it. So really the report just kind of sums up where we're going, where we've been, and we have a plan. So if you have any questions, both myself and Anki Yo are here to answer any.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Looking around, I don't see any questions popping up. I think it was a great presentation today. So with that, there's a recommendation. Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian. And with that, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. All right. Thanks for that. And we'll move into development services, the small scale multi-unit housing, the SHMOO regulations, as it's affectionately known as. So I think it's SHMOO. Yeah. Then we have Ms. Wade just approaching the podium here, and then we will. Ms. Wade.
Great. Thank you through the mayor and council. I'm a little short, so I'm just going to belly up. It's great to be here this evening. This has been a big compilation of work, and I want to thank all my fellow colleagues within the city. Everybody has had a role to play in this. It's been a lot of work and a lot of discussions about the permutations and combinations and effects of this. I also want to like to thank our consultant, Hazel Christie, who's been helping us, and also the team at Ekistics to help us test out our proposed zoning amendments and to be able to demonstrate how these work in reality. So I wanted to start it off today. You have a report before you, probably one of my more lengthier reports. And the purpose of today is to introduce the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw to align with the Bill 44 to accommodate the increase in supply of housing and to remove the restricted zones that the province has identified. Today we are looking to gather comments from council and seek some direction to prepare the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. As we all aware, we're under a tight timeline to get this done before June 30th. And there's a number of procedures that we do have to follow as far as moving forward with this. So there's an executive summary that sort of outlines the divisions that are being amended, which include interpretation, general regs, off-street parking, loading spaces, classification of zones, and the schedule to the zoning map. I'd like to move forward now with the presentation. There we go. So one of the exercises that we have moved forward with, and I'd like to thank our IT team and GIS, is going through all our properties to identify the eligible properties that are going to be affected by this legislation. So we have identified 16 zones that would be consolidated into one zone called our SHMOO. And that represents approximately 5,662 properties in the city. There's approximately 16 properties that would be an exemption for various reasons, including parkland or agriculture. So they would not apply to the zone. We will have to give a rationale to the province why these would not receive the smooth zoning, and we will do that in our future report. But we have identified those properties just so you could get an idea of the impact that it has on the city. And just to remind everybody, a restricted zone is something that only permits single dwelling units or duplexes. So this graph here identifies the lot sizes that would be impacted throughout the city, and we've color coded them. And then to show the 300 meter, the 650, the 750, and the 900, and it shows the proportion of the number of lots throughout the city. And then it shows it on the ortho map, so you get an idea how they're distributed throughout the city. As you can see on the west side, you've got the more traditional grid, smaller lots, closer to the downtown area and other major services. And then on the east side, you've got more larger suburban, windier streets that exist. So you can kind of see the distribution of some of the land use patterns here, which helps to inform where we can see some of the impact in the lots as we move forward with infill housing. I wanted to just quickly identify that we have to compare for the province how we're meeting the various proposals that they're putting forward in their policy manual handbook. And this table outlines that. And what you can see is that we are, you cannot be more permissive than the province, but you can be a little more restrictive. So what we're saying is that we're looking at the setbacks being reduced down to 5 meters for principal and 1.5 meters for the accessory dwelling units. And we're looking at the side yards. We are doing 1.5 as a minimum because we are addressing some of the fire considerations and building code considerations in this. So that is what we're proposing, and we're going to be able to give those rationales to the province. The maximum height we're saying is 11 meters, which will allow various permutations and combinations, including stacked townhouses with suites below them. It'll also allow different roof pitches so that we can get some variation and flexibility in the streetscape. The other thing is that we are not going to move forward using the terminology stories. It's very confusing when you try to implement it because how do you measure and define a story is rather vague. So we're just eliminating that right out. So it's much more clear. The lot coverage, we've introduced impermeable surfaces into the zoning bylaw. We're trying to align with some of the recommendations made in the provincial policy manual. So that means that when you're doing the site coverage and you're looking at things like driveways, that only up to 60% will be impermeable. It doesn't rule out if you wanted to do a driveway that had a different form of like grasscrete or things like that. So it's basically saying 40% of the site is more permeable than, and so that's a step that aligns also with our OCP and strategic priorities. And then with the off-street parking, we're looking at recommending 1 space per dwelling unit versus our current 2 per dwelling unit. And so these are the proposed definitions that would support our schmooze zone. There was a table in your report that outlines those definitions, saying what is current and what we're proposing. I've just highlighted some of the amendments that we're looking at in order to permit a much more flexible design and flexibility in the massing as we move forward with the infill housing. We've added in a new section to the general regs, which addresses secondary suites and accessory dwelling units so that they would be applicable to any single dwelling home or duplex, so that you would be able to be permitted to have the secondary suite and or a accessory dwelling unit. So this is meeting the bare minimum also within the provincial regulations, and allows us to deal with any CD zones that would have that permitted use in it. And there's the proposed parking amendments as well. And just saying that we're also going to be removing terminology like granny flats and carriage houses. They will all be accessory dwelling units. One of the things that we wanted to introduce and get some comments from council on is a walkability radius. We've outlined a 5-minute, which is the darker orange, and then the lighter yellowy brown as a 10-minute. And this is just an idea, and this would follow also within the OCP policies, is that if you had a SHMU within the walkability zone, then we would look at a parking reduction. So instead of having 1-to-1, that we would allow 1 parking stall to be reduced, which means then if you had 4 units, you'd only have to have 3. And we can show you that on our interactive presentation that's coming up shortly, and you can get an idea of what that looks like. If that's something that council is supportive of, then we would just amend this map so it would actually fit the proper street grid so that it isn't gray, it's a little more decisive. So tonight we're going to move into an interactive presentation, and I just put up 3 things that we're looking for some discussion with council on, and one is about the walkability radius and reducing 1 parking stall, which meets the OCP. The other is the 1 parking stall per dwelling unit. That also meets the OCP policies. And then we wanted to just raise the topic. This is a little more complex, but just wanting to hear about whether we would want to consider off-street parking to meet on-site parking, or on-street parking to meet off-street parking, and the effect that that would have as well. But that requires a lot of logistics that we would have to look at as far as putting into place a residential permit program, working with our colleagues in operations and all in corporate and figuring this out. That is, and we would have to bring that back, but interested to hear that, because that's definitely something that's also in the provincial regulations and also addresses a lot of our OCP policies as well. What we're going to do is we have Akistiks Town Planning that is going to present an exciting interactive slide through presentation for you that we're going to demonstrate what can be built on the minimum lots that you saw in the graph. So we're going to look at the most constrained one, which is the 300 meters and the 650 square meters. And then we'll look at the 750 and the 900s, and that'll give an idea of what can be built on and the various ways we look at it with parking. We're also dealing with solid waste and bicycle parking, so you'll be able to visually see that. And how we're addressing the amenity space by using the amenity space on the rooftop as well. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Paul Rosenau, who is the principal of Akistiks, who is a landscape architect and also a registered professional planning, whose goal has been to humanize the cityscape and provide complete sustainability communities. Has been a leader in doing very creative zoning for infill housing and other creative projects across BC, Canada, and internationally. And he's got his colleague Steve Bear there with him as well, who is also running the landscape division for Akistiks as well. Akistiks is an integrative company that has architecture, landscaping, and planners, and it works in a very collaborative, integrative manner. So Paul, I'm going to pass it over to you now to bring forward the presentation and walk council through.
Okay, thank you very much, Marianne, and thank you, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity of presenting to today. We are located in downtown Vancouver. As you can imagine, there's a buzz on the street here today. I hope some of that excitement is going to come through in my presentation to you today. We've been kind of working with your staff and a team of people to try to present in a graphic way some of these SHMU regulations that I think every municipality in BC is trying to deal with right now. Of course, here in Vancouver, we've been kind of building these small-scale multi-unit housing projects for a number of years now. In fact, there's one going in right across the lane from my house in Kitsilano. So we're very familiar kind of with this model of housing. And in fact, we're working with a variety of developers and builders, you know, trying to enact these types of projects in various cities around the province right now. So I think we've got a fair bit of practical knowledge, and hopefully we can help to answer some of the questions and to graphically show you know, what's coming down from the province and being kind of pushed into large and small municipalities around BC. So Steve, if you want to just jump into the presentation, we've got a number of slides. I'll try to move through them quickly and then leave some time at the end of the presentation to answer questions. So we've graphically showed on the screen here, you know, this minimum lot size of 300 square meters, you know, which is being proposed in comparison to the 650, 750, and 900 square meters that are more typical of what exists in Courtenay today. So I think it's interesting to just graphically see, you know, the scale of those lots next to each other. You know, interestingly enough, a lot of the properties here in Vancouver on the west side that are now $2 or $3 million, in fact, are not much different than that 300 square meter lot. So you can create very special neighborhoods, you know, even in small lot kind of situations. I think what's interesting, and we've tried to graphically show it here, is if someone does in fact own a 650 square meter lot or larger, right off the bat, they could subdivide that into 2 properties and then enact some of these SHMU ideas on both sides of that divided lot. We're going to try to illustrate that to you as well. So we're just going to be kind of moving around this map, and part of the idea of doing this was to actually create a toolbox for your staff to use amongst themselves, and when different you know, builders come in and ask what they can and can't do, I think this will also help to inform the local building industry. So those minimum auxiliary unit sizes that Marianne mentioned in one of the previous slides, here they are graphically. So you can see a studio suite could be as small as 30 square meters, which is only 323 square feet. Believe it or not, we are building some micro units like that, you know, in the city now. And then 1, 2, and 3 bedroom suites that kind of range from 45 up to 85 square meters, you know, are very typical of housing that people are engaging with today. So just again, a graphic presentation, and some of these colors are going to be shown up on some of the SketchUp models as we work through it. So on this 300 square meter lot, which we have focused on because it is kind of the most extreme situation that would exist in your municipality. If you take the existing zoning regulations of a 4 or 6 meter front yard setback, 1.5 on the sides, perhaps 5 in the back, or 1.5 if there's an auxiliary unit, you know, this is the box that you end up with. It's you know, it's about 7 meters wide by 21 meters deep, you know, 11 meters high, and that footprint itself is about 1,430 square meters. So I think it's just interesting to just see and understand that as a volumetric. Then we've also tried to just graphically show, because what you'll very quickly see, the one most limiting factor that affects, and we can see this in every municipality, that affects the ability for someone to build one of these small scale multi-unit housing projects, is parking. So if in fact you wanted to build a 4-unit complex, which is what the province is essentially asking municipalities to accept on every single family lot, and you had to have 4 cars that are on site as opposed to, splitting them on and off site, you can see that they already take up a very large portion of that lot. A typical, a parking lot is about 6 by 2.75 meters. So again, just graphically trying to illustrate what something like that would look like. In a more practical way, one of the things that I think Courtney's looking at and that Marianne spoke about previously is that if in fact you're within this 10-minute walking distance of the downtown, you might be able to get a relief of 1 parking stall for a 4-unit complex. Immediately you can see that that you could put those 3 cars in the front portion of a lot, basically eliminating the driveway, because the driveway now actually becomes part of the street right away. And all of a sudden you're freeing up a much larger portion of the lot for development purposes. Again, if you're in a situation where you have a lane, of course, here in Vancouver, most of our single family lots on both the east and the west side have back lanes, then all of a sudden that really does open up the opportunity in a much more flexible way to have 2 cars coming off the back, a couple cars coming off the front, and a decent building envelope in between to much more comfortably build a 4-plex unit. So again, showing those same colors of a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, just in terms of seeing how much of the building envelope, those different bedroom sizes, take up, and then putting that in context with this box that you saw earlier, and adding the parking to both the front and the back, as well as 20 square meters of land, which is required for each of the 2 or 3 or 4 units on site, you can start to see some of the constraints that a builder would be faced with trying to meet these regulations. So from there, we'll jump into kind of a slightly more realistic situation. This is kind of what we're building in a number of cities right now. You've got this 300 square meter lot, and I think we are trying to work with your staff to show that in fact you can make a 4-unit complex work. You've got an A and a C unit on one side that's facing the street. You can see the front doors there painted in red with the letter coding. The 1-bedroom garden suite is on the main floor, and then there's a 2-story stacked townhouse with an entrance off the street sitting above it. And then it's basically repeated, on the back side of the lot, again with a 1-bedroom suite on the ground plane, a 2-story stacked townhouse. Maybe you'd even call it a 3 because it's got the stair coming up off the street. You've got parking coming in from both the front and the back. And you've actually got 4 very functional units that you can build as part of that, with the services being, bicycle parking, which is required, and garbage and recycling storage kind of being built into that envelope as well. So one of the things that we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of show what that looks like from almost an architectural perspective. And again, I think all of this information would be made available. So just, helping you to understand, what this looks like in a plan view. You can see the C and D units, which are these 1-bedroom kind of garden apartments or garden suites that have this 20 meters of open space, outside their front window with their parking stall immediately in front of them. And then you can see both the brown and the blue stairwells that come off at grade and go up to the townhouses above, with the blue in the back and the brownish color in the front. With most of your living area on the second story, and then a 3-bedroom unit above. That's a pretty nice, 1,430 square foot apartment. So you can see practically, you can get a pretty nice fourplex on even a small lot, particularly if you have a lane. We've also shown graphically this 20 square meter requirement of open space per unit. In fact, the stacked townhouse units would have their open space on a rooftop deck if it was a flat unit, and you'll see in a later shot that even if you wanted to have a sloped, more traditional roof, there's ways to build in that 20 square meters of open space in patios that would be part of the facade of the building. You can also see on the left there how we've tried to accommodate those 8 bicycle parking stalls, 2 for each one of the dwelling units, as well as the storage areas for waste and recycling, both at the front and back of the unit. So it's a pretty tight package. But I think one of the things that your planning staff wanted to try to prove out and to show to council was how this could in fact practically work on the smallest of lots, just so everyone could understand it. And hopefully these graphics help to show what words are difficult to understand sometimes. So just jumping to a slightly more refined volumetric or SketchUp of that unit. Again, you can see the color coding of the 2 garden suites. You can see how balconies could protrude out the front and the back, how that rooftop deck could potentially work, in order to be able to accommodate, and again, this is a lane condition, 2 1,430 square foot townhouses and 2 460 square foot garden suites. This could either be a building that's stratified into 4 units, or what we're seeing in Vancouver more typically is someone that owns this lot will build this, will maybe keep the townhouse for themselves, and maybe rent out the garden suite below, and then sell the back part of this duplex to another purchaser, who will then own the back unit and rent out their auxiliary suite down below, again as a mortgage helper. So just graphically trying to show what this would look like on a 300 square meter lot. So jumping to the next scenario is what happens if you don't have a lane. I guess this was, let's jump to that next one, Steve. So in the case that you don't have a lane, which occurs in a lot of neighborhoods in Courtenay, you then have the problem of not being able to park the 2 cars at the back. The most cars you can practically fit are 3 at the front of the lot. So I think the way we've been thinking about this with the planning department is that as long as this is within a 10-minute walking distance of downtown, maybe it makes sense to relax the regulations and allow for 3 rather than 4 cars, but still be able to have the 4 units on this property. And in the case where it's not within that 10-minute walking distance, then in fact you would do a scenario like this where you only have 3 units. So 2 stacked townhouses, 1 garden suite at the back of the property that accommodates about 40 square meters of open space, and then 1 20 square meter open space on the top of that building. So that's the same volumetric essentially with a 3-plex. And then of course we also wanted to show, if you wanted to have a more traditional kind of building facade with a sloped roof, could you still accommodate those 4 pieces of 20 square meter open space. You can, if you actually allow those to occur on balconies on the townhouse units, either at the front or the back of the unit. So again, a fourplex or a threeplex could work in this scenario. So just jumping maybe to the more typical situation that exists in your municipality, the 650 square meter lot or greater. I think entrepreneurial people will, particularly if they have a home that is maybe a tear down or isn't too large or is an older building, they would probably look at tearing the house down, subdividing their 650 square meter lot into two 325 square meter lots, either with or without a lane, and probably building, two threeplexes or two fourplexes that look like those two buildings that you can see on the left-hand side of that lot. And I think that really is the whole purpose of the province pushing for these SHMU regulations, is to allow people that that maybe have more of an entrepreneurial developer spirit to be able to redevelop their properties. And now all of a sudden, a property that housed one building and one family can now house 6 to 8. But again, you can see that parking is a pretty important factor in the grand scheme of all of these scenarios. So finally, looking at a 750 square meter or greater lot, here we've kind of looked at a scenario where that lot would sit on a corner. What would likely happen in this situation? Again, someone would subdivide their lot into two. A 300 square meter lot on the one side and a 450 on the corner, and then they could develop, even without a lane, a threeplex on the inside lot, a really kind of handsome and pretty generous fourplex on the outside, where they're actually bringing in parking, I think, in a much more kind of broken up and interesting way, off the street. Almost creating a small apartment complex, with a series of two larger townhouse units and two pretty generous, ground level garden suites. Again, with all the bike parking and garbage and recycling kind of integrated into that building. So just I think the last scenario that we developed was, the fairly predictable 900 or larger square meter lot, where again, I think we're seeing in Vancouver, developers are actually picking up these kinds of properties, again, subdividing them into 2 or 3 lots. In this case, you could do 3 fee simple lots, and then developing a variety of either threeplexes or fourplexes on each one of those properties. I guess what you can see quite clearly is when that happens, the front street starts to become, or the front yards of these homes start to become, these larger parking lots. And, when 1 or 2 of these happen on a street, they're almost not noticeable. But when a whole street begins to take on, this format, it really can change kind of the character of a neighborhood. I think there are neighborhoods that are close to the core area in downtown Courtenay where we're hoping that these kinds of incursions will happen, particularly within that 10-minute walking distance. That probably tends to be where some of the older housing stock is anyways. And then maybe in the periphery of the city and maybe some of the new suburbs where houses tend to be new, you'll likely see a lot less of this happening, at least in the next few years. So I think that's the presentation that we wanted to kind of put forward to council. I hope it's been helpful just envisioning, what these SHMU regulations, allow to happen, and how we've tried to translate that into properties that are either typical in your municipality. In particular, this 300 square meter lot that that you're going to kind of start seeing springing up. And if there's any questions that we can answer. This is a bit of a work in progress. I know Marianne wanted to have a much more graphic presentation to council, just to make sure everyone understood the actual impact of SHMU. And yeah, I hope this has been helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Paul. Really appreciate it. And the graphics, those flybys, being able to sort of get those 360 views have been, I find really particularly helpful in kind of getting the information across. So really appreciate that. We do have some questions generated from that. So we'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Thanks for the presentation. That looks interesting. I had some thoughts about some of our bylaws around form and character, and I know these are obviously just kind of sketch-ups, but do those sort of sketch-ups fit our current form and character requirements for development, or would we be changing some of those requirements as well?
Maybe I'll let Marianne answer that question.
I just had to get her mic turned on. All right.
Yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish, yes, we will be looking at our DPAs in regards to the province has come out with some guidance on DPAs and form and character. And other municipalities are reviewing theirs as well. And so this is something we would bring forward after the SHMU is considered by council. But we are looking at it. Right now, there is the DPAs would still apply to 3 and more units, because that's what's in our current DPA 1 for multifamily, et cetera. So that would still participate. We would still participate in that, but we are aware that we need to review those, and that would be another piece of work that we identified in the report that we would be bringing that forward later.
Yeah, and I had a thought and comment about the 5 to 10 minute radius. To me, that sounds like 10 minutes, maybe 800 meters. I don't know if that's about the right calculation. It seems like that's a pretty low bar for someone to walk. And if you know, he made the point, like, you know, if it's all parking out front, it looks god awful at a certain point, right? And if you go downtown Vancouver, there is no parking in the front yards. They do have reasonably looking front yards. And of course, the streets are packed with parked cars. And I bet you a lot of people don't own cars because it's impossible. So I wonder if that's maybe a better solution is you know, not encouraging people to pay every last stitch of real estate, and letting things unfold differently with car parking on streets and so on.
If I could just comment on that, I think you're absolutely right. Like in the neighborhood that I live in Kitsilano, you're not allowed to do parking in your front yard. But all of the lots are serviced by back lanes, and our front street, you know, in the evening is pretty much parked, bumper to bumper on both sides of the street, with only one travel lane down the middle of the street. So when a car is entering from one side, you know, and a car is coming in from the other, you look for a gap, and you could just kind of get used to that being the way it is. But the idea that all the cars are kind of on the street, and we have sidewalks and street trees, you know, actually does lend itself to a very kind of beautiful neighborhood. And I think we did look at some of the typical cross-section street standards in Courtenay, although they differ, I think, from neighborhood to neighborhood. And I think it's a really good point. You know, I know that you can do a fourplex in the city of Vancouver, and the parking regulations are much lighter than one car per unit, but then transit is available everywhere. And a lot of people that are, especially in these garden suites, don't have cars, and they're walking to work or taking transit or Ubering, you know, so it is a different, more urban lifestyle. But I do wonder if there isn't a better way to handle parking. And I think this notion of at least trying to drop one parking stall, and maybe you're right, maybe a 10-minute walking distance is a pretty low bar. It probably could be extended to, you know, to a slightly larger area, especially trying to encompass kind of that western part of town. to be a little bit more flexible to allow people to do this without necessarily having to build for parking stalls.
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Yep.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fish and council, just to respond a little bit to it. So a couple of things. One, staff has recommended in your report that we're going to monitor this because we realize that there's going to be issues that come up that we're going to have to address. The other thing is that the 10-minute parking, the 10-minute walkability, we just have taken that more out of the OCP policies, and that there's also the 15-minute. So we're flexible on that, but we could also monitor the 10 minutes, see how that works, and then look, do we expand that? The idea would be to come back to council at the end of this year with an update saying, identifying what we're identifying with issues and some possible solutions. We do not qualify under Bill 47 for TOD. So the TOD requirements that are in Bill 47 do not apply to us. We don't have a transit route that operates every 15 minutes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's why we were just doing 4 units. We're trying to respect our policies though, and the OCP. So that's why we're bringing in the walkability radius and those sorts of things that in the Bill 47, they do talk about some of those things, but it doesn't apply to us. So we're trying to bridge that gap between our OCP policies as well. One more thing, just on the landscaping, Bill 16, which has been introduced but hasn't been adopted yet by the province, will allow us to do to ask infill projects to enter into works and service agreement to do landscaping, trees in the boulevard, those sorts of things, so that we will have another tool to help us with greening up and landscaping our streets as well.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And I do see Councillor Cole-Hamilton's hands up. I do have a couple more lights here, but I'll maybe do one more light here, and then we'll go to Councillor Cole-Hamilton. So Councillor Morin.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it was interesting to see the graphic for sure, the interactive way of looking at it. I guess it's interesting how, this policy, excuse me, is intended obviously to create housing, and we know, with our OCP, we're promoting density, but it is the graphic's pretty graphic on what you lose. And I thought it was interesting, the term garden suites, because there's absolutely no area there for a garden. And, if we're looking at responding to climate change, and we know that an urban forest canopy is important. We know that local food growing is important. We're on an island. We know that we're being impacted by heat domes. Are we going to, is the cart before the horse here in terms of, do we have the green spaces that we need for families? And, I'm a person who thinks that anyone who has a big front lawn should turn it into a food garden. So I do recognize that we need to start utilizing our space better. But I also think that this really cuts out some of the things we're trying to achieve. And I know you're not here to get into the political debate about it, but those are some of the criticisms of Bill 44. And we're already hearing from people pretty strongly that without even doing this, that people are losing the character of their neighborhoods, and big trees are coming down. And even if you have a tree policy that replaces trees, you're not going to replace a 100-year-old tree. So I guess I'm wondering, and then I guess my last piece is around the rent relief, because how do we guarantee that this housing is going to people who, that the rents are still not astronomical? Like, is it really going to solve the problem? So I guess I don't know if you have any insight in some of those conversations around that, or how Vancouver's reconciling some of that. I'd add that some of our lots actually border wildlife corridors where we actually have cougar. Like, I had a cougar in my backyard, right in the, right next to the this close to the city center. So there's all those things that I know other communities are grappling with. And we certainly need to, you know, deal with density, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that we'll lose. So anyway, that was fairly long-winded. I tried to keep to my point succinct, but I tried to include all those criticisms, and wondering if you have any response to any of that. Thanks.
Yeah, I would just say from our perspective, we've presented, what I would probably call it an extreme scenario. To some extent, I think you kind of want to look at I hate to call it the worst case scenario, because I think these can be done very nicely, but if you're not careful, they can also not look good. And if they're not done well, they can really, harm the character of a neighborhood. So they are somewhat generic. They are probably the extreme scenario. But I know that at least in the city of Vancouver and Burnaby and New Westminster, where, it's impossible for a young person, even with a 2-income family, to be able to purchase a home. The idea that you're able to create these mortgage helpers is absolutely key to someone kind of getting into the market and getting started. So I think that's something that's important to recognize. I guess the question of, will they necessarily be affordable? Often that's dependent on kind of the size of these units. I think we're finding that, when you do lane houses and secondary suites and basement suites here in Vancouver, they do lead to a lot of kind of different, relatively affordable options. I think you are somewhat right on a small lot. It's ironic to call it a garden suite when the garden is actually only 20 square meters. I personally think that Vancouver is doing it right by not necessarily demanding, one parking stall for each unit that's created on a site, but then we also have much better transit. And maybe it's hard to imagine someone renting one of these suites in Courtenay without, having a car. So that's probably a whole debate, in and of itself. I do think these kinds of projects, if they're done well, they can actually look really good. And that's going to come down to the ability for city staff to take a project like this through a relatively, detailed development permit process to ensure that the design is kind of fitting into the character of the neighborhood and making sure that they kind of happen in the right places. I do think Courtenay has the advantage of having this kind of historic downtown, with relatively compact lots and in some cases lanes. And there's already a really great fabric in that one neighborhood in particular where, I think these kinds of projects will actually create kind of a new identity to the city. So, I know you don't have the same development pressure necessarily there that we have, in the east side of Vancouver. That may help to not turn an entire neighborhood into these kinds of buildings. But I think we just wanted to present kind of a worst case generic scenario, just so council understands kind of what you're getting yourselves into. And then I think there are other ways to protect yourself and protect the character of these neighborhoods through the process of approving these kinds of projects. We've talked to staff about it in the city of Vancouver. I think they're actually producing, 10 or 15 prototypes that are basically building permit and ready to go. Where the design has been carefully worked out, the city has agreed to those designs. They're designs that would fit into a typical Vancouver neighborhood where someone could come in and essentially not have to hire an architect, but basically buy a set of plans that are building permit ready to go that your staff have helped to develop. And that's something that I would really encourage you to do.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor McCollum. Oh, sorry.
think it was
Actually, I think
Will.
Councillor Cole Hamilton in Zoom land.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks so much for this presentation. And while I agree that some of these may look a bit boxy, I think with the right form and character, it's entirely possible to build the same square footage in a way that's quite pleasing to the eye. And I think that I appreciate Councillor Martin's point that street trees and gardens are important. And I think we have to perhaps look at how much land we're deciding to devote to parking cars on people's front lawns. And maybe that's where we can sort of find that space available. I thought the idea of reducing by one parking spot within a set radius of downtown made a lot of sense. And today I was looking at walkscore.com, which is kind of the industry standard for walkability. And right along the Cliff Corridor, you find 70 plus walk scores comparable to the areas right around downtown. So we might perhaps want to broaden our scope, certainly include the downtown area, but I think that whole band along Cliff on the west side of the city, the walk scores are very high, and it's quite possible to do almost all your daily needs on foot. And perhaps we might want to consider making perhaps even more than, say, a 10-minute walking radius. But I think it's looking at that, and I would also support your wanting input on whether we should incorporate street parking into the overall parking allotments or requirements. And I think that's a wise step forward. So I would just put a strong vote for expanding the area which we regard to be central and walkable within the city, and using walkability scores perhaps as a way of simplifying that way of defining things. So that's kind of a statement. I did have a question, which is about the 60% of the lot area that's permeability could be covered by impermeable structures. I'm wondering if people use living roofs, or would that qualify at least partially as a permeable surface area, therefore allowing perhaps a building to cover slightly more of the lot. Perhaps a living roof might not be considered 100%, perhaps it might be discounted, say at 50% permeable. But I was just wondering if that's something that our planning staff had considered.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And I may have jumped the gun there. I think Ms. Wade might have had some more comments. So so she may want to answer a little bit of, but I'll give it over to Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor, first of all, to Councillor Cole Hamilton, I didn't catch all your question about what qualified for impermeable. It kind of went out a bit on your mic. So if you could just restate that, then I could answer the question.
I apologize for that. The mic's a bit scratchy. I was asking about living roofs or green roofs, and whether they would qualify as, say, 50% of the space of the living roof might qualify as permeable, given its ability to obviously absorb precipitation, therefore allowing the building to be larger.
So through the mayor to Councillor Cole Hamilton, so our idea with the roof spaces, and so the garden roofs, say on the flat roofs, would be for amenity space, and that would just be because it's on top of a building. It's meeting two things. It'll be within that massing of the building, and it will provide amenity space, but there is a value to the green space that it is attributable to. And so where we were going with the site coverage, it's more not about the vertical, but more about what's on the ground itself, and trying to get more green permeable within the lots. So that's why we're limiting it to 60% impermeable. Lots of times we will do lot coverage and driveways would be excluded. So that's why we're putting in the impermeable, to make a little bit more restriction to align with our OCP guidelines. So there is value, yes, and how we calculate it would be part of the building itself, and it would certainly add to CO2, et cetera. So have I answered your questions?
I think so. I guess what I was wondering was in terms of permeability, I tend to think of that as in terms of water runoff and absorption of precipitation. If a straight green roof, not necessarily a patio on someone's roof, but a straight living green roof would qualify, given that it would absorb a large amount of precipitation and therefore not act like an impermeable surface.
So through the mayor to Councilor Hamilton, it would count. So when we calculate lot coverage for impermeable versus for it's on a flat surface. So the green roof is just an added feature. If somebody wanted to build that to contribute to emissions, that's great. Or, you know, go to zero carbon subcode for, or, you know, those sorts of things. So that, but what we're trying to do is restrict what's on the ground to impermeable and permeable. Does that make?
Yeah, I think if I could add to that, I do think there's something to be said for if someone does, you know, an actual garden roof, to be able to count that as part of the 60%, you know, because I think there's other ways that you could kind of bump out the building and maybe take advantage of, you know, some design features. I think what some municipalities worry about is, you know, someone puts that in when they build their house and then it disappears, or, you know, they've used that to kind of get that bonus, but it's something very difficult to administer or monitor. But I think it is something worth considering.
And Ms. Wade?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I just wanted to go back a little bit. I want what we've shown you today is the like kind of what could happen in the, and so this is the constraints. But what as we go through this process, there's other things like environmentally sensitive areas that may impact this. There could be flood. So there's other considerations that will impact the development of these lots throughout the city. So they may not be developed this way. And it also depends on the building code and how you are designing the building. Sprinklers will be required. There could be other alternative solutions to make this happen. So it's not as straightforward. That there will be modifications. And it's important to note that we do have these other DPA areas that will impact the siting and the development area as well. And with Bill 16, I think it'll be really helpful for us to get that road improvements with trees. It allows for street furniture, those sorts of things. So those are things that we need to work with our colleagues in operations and engineering on as we sort through what Bill 16 will be. And then how we refine our DPA for form and character for these forms of infill.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. And next we have
That's me.
Councilor McCollum. Thank you for helping. I appreciate that.
You left my mic on, so I could tell it was gonna throw you for a loop, so. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, this has been very helpful to me to just see this laid out and visualized, and even looking at the map, really, the 350 square meter lot is actually not the norm, and most of the lots in the areas that we're talking about are significantly bigger. So yeah, seeing the smallest example of what we're talking about, I think, is a really helpful starting point. I'm in agreement that I think we should look at a relaxed requirement beyond the 10-minute walkable zone of downtown. 15 also makes sense to me. I loved the suggestion of looking at other walkable areas of the city. I was also thinking that the area in and around North Island College would make sense, that, you know, we don't qualify for that, you know, transit oriented designation, but we do have very good transportation service around Cliff and up Ryan Road. So I would like us to consider something beyond just the downtown core for some of the, especially because the relaxation is really just one spot. We're not, it's not really going all that far beyond our current practice. And the other thought that I had for, you know, a development that's, say, putting in a 3-unit development in these walkable areas, if we would want to consider doing 2 spots instead of 3 in those as well. I think that I mean, we're casting forward. We don't really know what the development is going to look like, but I mean, triplexes may be common. And if we could avoid seeing 3 spots stacked up along some of these more walkable neighborhoods, I would lean toward looking at that and seeing a bit more on-street parking than having front yards turn into 3 spots. And then the other comment I had around that is also when there is a lane access, that we don't look to providing all of the parking on one side. When a developer can take advantage of having access to streets or lanes that maybe we don't see, you know, one side of a building turned into strictly parking. And then the other comment I wanted to make is that it's our job in implementing these new regulations to ensure that we have good public spaces for people to use and good community amenities, and that there's places for people to enjoy the outdoors. And I think focusing on needing, you know, private green spaces is maybe not the primary focus, and having more development that goes in like this. We're supporting multimodal transportation, and we're achieving a lot of our, you know, the things that we've set out in our strategic planning. And I would emphasize that really what we need to think about is how we provide good spaces for the public. And you know, something that I love about visiting communities that have density is that there's people out everywhere, and places are vibrant, and these types of developments will lead to more vibrancy where we see them. So it's a positive in the long run, but it does need to be managed because it is going to be quite different than what we have now. I did have comment or questions around some of what was in the staff report. Are we moving on to, or is this, have you presented the whole? Yeah, okay. Just one thing around the covenants, that if there's a covenant on a lot, then that basically exempts it from, what is that going to look like in the long term? Like, we just have areas that will never see this, and would we allow covenants like this to happen? Like, are those covenants now not able to go new covenants like that? I'm just curious about the covenants piece, because it is an interesting limitation.
Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. Very good question. So the 219 covenants are permitted. The province has not said they're not, and they haven't brought in any regulations about eliminating them, etc. Who knows what the future might bring. But right now, if you have a section 219 covenant on it, and most of them are building schemes that limit it to, say, a single dwelling, and that means that you are not entitled to SHMU at all. So if you wanted to do SHMU, you would have to actually discharge that covenant in order to do it. So that's one of the results of that. If somebody came to us and asked for consideration, we as staff would have to bring that forward to council for consideration and outline all the policies where that request would align with for council's consideration. We couldn't deny an application for it.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And I see we have Councillor Jolicoeur online.
Thanks. Some great comments and questions from my colleagues. I think one of the things that I was curious about that we didn't spend a ton of time talking about in the interactive or in the staff report too, that Councillor Morin brought up, which I do get curious, is this 20-meter of green space for the studios. And how we're going to be managing some of our other policies. And I know that staff spoke to the various policies that we've committed to through the OCP. But how do we see, I think the visual was really helpful to see the 60% coverage for the housing. How do we see that being navigated with things like our urban tree retention policy? And the permitting that would go along with that.
Ms. Wade?
Yep, through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. So the 20 meters squared for amenity space is the existing requirement in our zoning bylaw. It's not new. We've just maintained what is there currently. So that applies for units and it's in our zoning bylaw. We haven't increased it, but we can look at things in the future, like if there was a common space and we wanted to say there was a common space that was available for the 4 units and they could pool the amenity space and make it work as one. But we haven't changed anything in our zoning bylaw. We're just following through with that right now. Regarding the tree protection bylaw, I think doesn't apply to these lots because they're under the lots and they don't meet the tree protection bylaw requirements. So that wouldn't apply to these lots because of their size. But I mean, if there's if there's a certain heritage tree, we would definitely look at it. But the tree protection bylaw does not fall into these lot sizes.
Just as a follow-up, is that the lot size being the subdivided into 300, the 300 lots?
No, even the starting lot sizes don't apply.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Frisch.
Mayor, I'll make it quick. I think staff understand what I think and how I feel. But I also wanted to point out for the benefit of the public that, we talk about how much parking should we make developers have, as though if we allow 3 or 4 parking spots out front, then everyone can travel around. And the problem is that we don't have the streets to support that. So, we put in all this extra density and we make sure everyone has a parking spot. And next thing you know, you can't drive around anyways, because at peak hours, it's traffic jams everywhere. And we're already starting to see that sort of thing in the valley as density is already increasing. And you have all the major intersections getting backed up, not for crazy amounts of time, but people have lived here for 20, 30 years and longer, think so. And then, there's this idea that we have to provide the parking because we don't have the transit, yet the transit isn't supported until we have the density. So it's a bit of a catch-22, and we kind of have to go through this uncomfortable stage. I don't know how long it's going to take. But as Councillor McCullum pointed out, it really is our job to provide, not only green spaces, but active transportation. And we have to get there, and there's going to be that difficult point in between. I'm also really curious to see how on-street parking will play out. What's the job going to be for the city? Permitting, how much more work is it? And I hate to think of that, but it sounds like it might be a reality. So looking to learn more about that from you guys. And finally, I guess, if I was in favor of anything, it would actually be restricting the amount of parking that you're allowed to provide on your property. And that's the direction I'd like to see us go, because, I do see these neighborhoods in Vancouver where it's a whole apartment, and, at least they have something out front, a garden, if you will, with trees and walkways. And I think that makes more sense, saying to people, like, you're going to have to learn to get around in a different way, or use a car share, or a taxi or an Uber or a bike or whatever. So that's that. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch and Mr. Garvin.
Thank you, through the mayor. Very quickly, the introduction of this form and type of development will result in the need for more regulation. The densification of these areas, conflicts related to parking, notwithstanding our big picture goals, they lead to conflict. Things like residential permitting, which are de rigueur, and we've heard the word Vancouver probably 60 times today. There you have a permitting requirement everywhere. I'm not familiar. I was just in Montreal. understanding how difficult it is to actually have a car there. I don't even see the point because you can't park anywhere. So these are the trajectory. This is the trajectory we're on. This is something we'll have to deal with. But given the mandate from the province, and actually even given our own OCP policies that want to see reductions in parking, these things, we're inevitably walking down that road. So, you know, you've been incredibly supportive without a car of our need for resources in this area, and we continue to talk about level of service. So I don't think it'd be a surprise that council will hear at some point. Again, it is very difficult to project the uptake because this is not actually that easy to build a fourplex, acquire a property, et cetera. So we will do our very best in terms of that. And it'll be an iterative process, I would say, for sure. So we'll do our best. I think it'd be really important. And I think the community would expect the local government to be sort of monitoring the implications of this and impacts. And given if we have any flexibility, we would obviously look at that. So just to offer that for council, because every action we take has a reaction, and many of these things are very positive, and then there will have to be trade-offs made, and some accommodation, and the culture in the community will have to sort of either move with it, direct change, perhaps the big picture changes at the province. But once you start this route, you know, I think it's important to be monitored very carefully.
Thanks for that. And Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to council, if there's no more questions, I was just going.
There is, we do have Councillor Jolicoeur has got his hand up. So would you like him to sneak in with his quick question? And then, all right, Councillor Jolicoeur, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, I realized that there was a specific ask of us and I didn't really share my comments. So just going to those 3 questions that staff had wanting feedback on. Yeah, I'm happy to also support the idea of those other town centers being considered for the radius, for the reduction of parking. And then the piece around the on-street, I actually am really curious to have a further analysis from staff, particularly in the staff report on page 6 under Division 7, number 3. It speaks to the question of on-street parking. And I'd like to hear from staff what's not listed there. It does list all the particular factors that would go into play in an analysis, roads of rights of way, utilities, drainage, waste management, bikes, rain gardens, bus stops, and fire prevention. What I don't see here is anything to do with accessibility, and I'm curious if that will be included given our recent commitments to making our community more accessible for folks who might have diverse abilities.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. So we've listed a whole pile of considerations that we as staff will have to look through as far as establishing policy regulations and how this would be, how you would implement it, because as the city manager has pointed out, there's a lot of impacts on moving to providing on-site parking on the streets. And that's going to take us a little time to sort out. We would totally look at accessibility as well, because we're required to do that for under many jurisdictions. And in particular, with the new changes that are coming up with the BC building code as well about accessibility in those units as well. So those would definitely all be on our radar. The timing of this is a considerably, we raised it so that because the province has raised it, wanting to get council's input, and we would then have to go away and get a work plan for this because it affects so many departments. But that would certainly be a piece coming forward. And I would have to do a work schedule and work with my colleagues on that, just given the amount of workload that we have right now. But we're happy to address it as we see it. It's a change that many cities are moving towards, and it is definitely a tool in providing parking that will allow for the development of these units instead of taking away a housing unit. So we definitely look at that, or providing more green space.
Okay, then Mr. Corbett. Oh, 1 second.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I need to insert a little bit in the conversation. So we have some recommendations, but I believe in order to specifically draft these reports, we need specific direction on a couple of items, one of them being parking. So I recognize and acknowledge the staff report doesn't specify the specific recommendation, so maybe Ms. Wade can assist us with that.
With the three different, okay, Ms. Wade?
Through the mayor, the city managers picked up on what I was gonna bring forward, because that right now we don't have those specific motions or resolutions from council to provide us with direction. And what I was hearing is that 15-minute walkability is something that council supports, that we should look at the current town centers and a walkability around that as well. And then I heard that the one-to-one parking is good, because that's a reduction from the current 2 parking stalls on site to 1. And that council would be supportive of reducing parking on site if you're in the walkability area. So those are the 3 things that I've heard. And if we had some direction on that, that would be good, appreciated, so that we can then move forward with the zoning bylaw amendment.
Mr. Carver?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I think we're planning a break. I'm sorry, I'm inserting myself in. So perhaps if council could generally comment on the 3 areas, I think we've heard. And then while you break, the planning director can work on resolutions, because I would really, it's important to get this correct, and doing it on the fly as we're doing it. I think that would be my recommendation, if that's your pleasure.
All right, thanks for that. And I'll maybe just, actually, I see Councillor Cole Hamilton has put up his hand, and I haven't spoken yet, so I'm going to let everybody speak, and then I'm going to jump in as well. And I do see Councilman Collin was waiting first, so I'm going to pass it over to her.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to formalize the motion after we break. I had another question that I just realized that I didn't ask, and it was around the building height restrictions. It's 11 meters. I assume that the drawings that we looked at are 11-meter drawings. Is that a change from the current restriction on single-family lots?
Through the mayor to Councilman Collin, yes, in some zones, yeah.
Okay, and then the other question I had, I think it was 6.5 meters for the ADUs. What is that? Is that 1 story or 2? I just, is that a 2-story unit? I guess that's my question.
So through the mayor to Councilman Collin, yeah, it could be a unit on top of a garage, or it could be a 2-story, 1 unit that is in there. It allows, that 6.5 allows for 2 stories, basically.
Okay. So similar to what it is now then, for those structures, it roughly 2 stories for a secondary detached unit is.
Through the mayor to council, it depends on the zone, because some of it's site specific, so.
Okay, so thanks. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. That sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was going to say, I thought that I'd heard a bit of consensus also around the integration of on-street parking into parking requirements generally. I might be wrong on that, but I thought I'd heard a few people speak on that. So perhaps that's something also that could be considered as a potential recommendation.
Excellent. Okay.
If I could make a suggestion, and not be out of turn, I think that the last point, and it's been brought up a couple times, that that maybe council would consider a maximum of 2 parking stalls in front of a building, where the 3rd one could be on street, where the street width would allow for that. That does require a little bit more study, and you could probably you could probably, 30% of the lots on a street could redevelop, and that third parking stall could probably be accommodated on street without ever having to go to that 3 on street parking situation. And I think that would make a big difference, aesthetically, to these neighborhoods. So, I think that might be something that could be part of that fourth kind of recommendation to study.
Right, and Councillor Cohen, did you have a brief follow-up or?
But just briefly, I wanted to say that I think that's a great way of characterizing it. So I'll second that, so to speak.
Thanks, Paul, for
Sorry.
Self
Yep.
there. No, that it was well worth it. Councillor Frisch.
No, I was just going to quickly say that I was sensing the same sort of interest in the on-street parking bit. And also just some insight on 6.5 meters. I could get you 2.5 floors into that if you want. And a lot of garages right now are at 5.5.
Excellent. So that would be for like the kids' room or, yeah, excellent. Very nice. Fantastic. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. In terms of the on-street parking, I am not necessarily convinced yet because I don't feel like the staff report or what we've heard today is a fulsome analysis of the impact. We have recently heard from a neighborhood around the impacts of on-street parking as a result of a higher density development that's gone in, and some of the unforeseen impacts that we heard from community members. And I think staff have laid out on page 6 some of the work that they would do to assess that impact. And so I am more supportive of having a report back to council on street parking rather than making a decision today, just with the lack of information in the staff report.
Okay, and I've got a couple of comments, but maybe based on that, and given the fact that we kind of want this rocking and rolling by sort of July 1st, whether or not getting information back is that a reasonable time frame to get information back and then make a decision?
Through the mayor, I think that maybe in the motions, it would be just to direct staff to look at and study the possibility of using the street for parking to meet parking requirements, because it's going to take a while to do that report. But the easier thing is dealing with the walkability, the reduction, how we actually put the parking stalls on the site so that we make sure we don't have a lineup of parking on the lane or on the front street. And we try to do a little bit of breaking it up and getting some green space in it. And then we look to the walkability reduction of 1 parking stall within a 15-minute walk. We look at the town centers in the downtown and sort of establish that. And then I would suggest that we monitor that, and then staff can report back at the end of the year and then come back with some possible recommendations.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And yeah, and my comments were, I think, very simply, the idea of that larger West Courtney kind of area, just rather than just the downtown, but encapsulating all of that space makes good sense. The town centers make sense as well. So I think other than that, my comments are pretty much in support of most of the comments that have happened tonight. So with that, maybe I'll recommend that we take a break and I'll look to council. I was going to say 15 minutes, but do we think we can get it done in 15? And does that give staff enough time? 15 minutes, is that reasonable? Because it's not just us eating, but okay. Okay, so with that, we'll take a recess and we'll be back approximately at 6:20. We can wait 30 seconds. Fantastic. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for indulging us while we had a bit of a dinner break. For Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur, here's the motion that has been written up based on the discussion that we just had. And if somebody would like to move this motion or, okay, so it's been moved by Councillor McCollum and seconded by Councillor Frisch. And again, this is based on the conversation we just had, but if there's any questions that anybody has, this is the time to bring them up. All right, see no questions or comments. All in favor? And so that's the first one. And then we have a second one that really is about directing staff to report back. And so moved by Councillor Hillian, seconded by Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. So we can move forward with the bylaw process and then revisit the on-street parking question later. So in the interim, if a developer ran into a situation where they didn't want to abide by the parking that we're setting out in the zoning, it would come to council as a variance and we could decide in that, or so it's not like we can't deal with some one-off situations in the interim if that situation arises. I see nodding.
Ms. Wade.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor McCollum. So we could vary the parking, the division of the parking to accommodate it. That would be the way we would go through it. But then we don't, just saying that we don't have a process yet for on-street parking for that. So it's not as straightforward as just a variance.
All right, thanks for that clarification. And that's been moved and seconded. Is there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes, and excellent, thanks very much. And again, thanks to staff for bringing us through that. And I'm not sure if the gentlemen are still around, but that presentation was very insightful and I think really grounded us in some good information. Ms. Wade.
Thank you through the mayor and council. And I just wanted to let you know that the work that we've been doing with acoustics, we will be using it to form a toolkit for developers and the industry. And we also are going to be reaching out to the industry to actually do a workshop with them with what you saw tonight, but in a little more refined way. So just wanted to let you know that. And we are going to look at the possibilities of also looking at putting together plans that could be purchased similar to the city of Kelowna that they've done as well.
So those would be those pre-approved kind of plans. Excellent. That was my only question tonight, but I was like, I thought that might be a bit much given all the other stuff that is going on. So I know we've talked about it. So really happy to see that whole idea of pre-approved plans. So that being said, we can now move on to financial services and with the annual development cost charges DCC report. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you through the mayor to council. Staff report provides an overview of our current reserves. Staff are here for questions if you have them.
All right, I see Councillor McCollum's got a question or a comment. Over to you.
Yeah, it's a question, maybe with a comment. It's been a number of years since we've updated our DCCs, and it's my understanding that that work is maybe underway for an update. So I guess my question is, when is that in the work plan? I just don't recall. And then secondly, because we haven't updated in some time, are the DCCs being charged within Courtenay differing very much from neighboring communities like Comox or Campbell River?
Right, Mr. Garvin.
Well, thank you through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. It's part of the 2024 work program for development services. It's underway. DCCs are fluid and change constantly between. So to say ours are less or more than others, it's relative to the capital projects that they're to receive. It's quite common to compare DCCs between the communities, but the DCCs are about the capital cost charges that you need to do. So it's all relative to the capital program. Now, perhaps between Mr. Davidson or Mr. Shaw or Mr. Langemeier could provide a commentary on the comparative value of DCCs, but it's not really apples and apples. Anyone? Bueller? Okay.
All right, no apples. Fair enough. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, we got the recommendation on the table. All those in favor? And that passed unanimously. Excellent. And moving on to the 2023 audited financial statements. Councillor Frisch.
I'll move that council approve the audited financial statements for the year end December 31st, 2023.
Thanks for that. That's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garvin.
Thank you through the mayor to council. We've had a presentation earlier in the evening, excuse me, from our auditing firm. Here's an overview for council. Mr. Langemeier is well versed in the matter, and he didn't have a presentation to give, but we are ready for questions if council has any.
Thanks so much for that. And I do see one online with Councillor Zuliker.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, it was nice to see the full report, both from the auditor and our audited financials. I'm just curious because this is really the only document, and I don't know if I missed it last year, but on Schedule 1 in the audited financials and throughout the document, it refers to environmental health services and public health and welfare services. And we don't really use that nomenclature anywhere else in any of our budget or our financial plan or any of our other kind of internal processes. So I'm just wondering if staff can speak to just the differentiating factor between how we capture our divisions and our teams and our expenses and our revenues between our budget and the audit process.
Mr. Langemeier.
So I can speak to this one very well. It is an item that frustrates me. I see it from municipality to municipality, these namings that don't align with the current organization. I had hinted on my presentation with the financial plan that you'll see the namings adjust. And so going forward with the changes to our financial planning process and the modernization to our financial statement creation, my goal is to realign these names, the actual departments and the work we do. For 2022, we weren't able to make those updates as we wanted, so they stayed as they were in the prior years.
And what with the one that he specifically brought up, what would they basically be linked to then?
Give me a moment. What were the two names again?
Well, we do describe them on page 13 of the consolidated financial statements. We describe what each one is, and the ones I was questioning were environmental health services and public health and welfare services. So we do define them, but it doesn't align with any other language that we use other than in this report once a year. So.
All right, and it's going to be fixed. It's in the work plan to be fixed. So it sounds like staff are aware and yeah.
Environmental health services is solid waste. And then public health and welfare is cemetery. That my memory serves me correctly.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, council's given us some pretty clear direction to do as much as we can to use plain language. And it's something that we strive for. When we workshop through the next financial plan, we need to really make sure that we're moving forward on these items because they've been raised. This would be the second time there. We do have some limited capacity at this point, but we're taking detailed notes, and we try to do, and improve each year on this, but thank you for identifying that, and it could be quite confusing to the public.
I do have a second question, Mayor, if no one else.
There's no lights on right now, yeah, so go right in.
Yeah, on page 14, the same document, the consolidated financial statements under adjustments to our annual surplus. Debt issues in financial plan, 5 million, 5278. What's included under, I've also never seen or heard that term, debt issues. Get some clarity on that.
Okay, staff are just finding that. And
Yeah, so you're referring to note 16, the restatement of the 2023 budget.
Yes.
This note, it realigns how we set the financial plan, which is the budget, to how it is displayed in this document for the financial statement purposes. Since for financial planning purposes, we represent debt kind of as a revenue to fund all our services. For financial statement purposes, debt is not revenue because you have to pay it back. So by removing that piece from our budgeted revenue, it makes the user of the financial statements better able to determine the difference between our budgeted plans and the actual results in the financial statements.
And the term debt issues?
The MFA uses the debt issue. So in the spring and the fall, it's called a debt issuance. And that's where the issue term comes from.
Thanks.
because they've issued it to us.
You're correct.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Thanks for those questions, Councillor Jolicoeur. I don't see any further questions or comments at this point, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we'll move on to the 2023 MRDT Annual Performance Report. If somebody would like to move that. Oh, sorry, I've got lights flashing.
Move that council
Councillor Frisch.
approve the 2023 MRDT Annual Performance Report and Financial Report.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, we received an update from our contracted service provider. Mr. Langmeyer is here to answer any questions if council has them. The recommendation is to approve as presented, and that's on page 210 of the agenda.
Excellent. And that's been moved and seconded. So if there's no questions or comments regarding the MRDT, I think we spoke to it at length at the time. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passed unanimously, and we will move on to operational services, the pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt then.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, there's a huge amount of work that happens in our operational services department that council is extremely interested in. The first briefing note on our 2024 pedestrian cycling and pavement renewal program, or the PCPR, is provided. It gives an overview of where we're doing with respect to the renewal of our road assets in the municipality. I really want to highlight that we 2 years ago we started to expand the scope and align and include both pedestrian safety, cycling, as well as vehicle movements is a comprehensive program. We had been doing it pretty regularly, but a serious focus was made to do that. So Mr. Shaw is here if council has any questions on this 2024 program.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I just have one question, and I'm not sure if it's about this item or the next one, but I think you can probably handle it. So in the 5-year cycling network plan, it has these 2 sections identified as like buffered bike lanes with, not bollards, delineators.
You may need to speak into the mic. It's just getting a little quiet on this side.
Sorry, did you hear that?
Sorry.
In the cycling network plan, it has these 2 sections of bicycle lanes going in identified as buffered bike lanes with delineators. And I just noticed in this report, it doesn't mention delineators are not really in the photos. And I was wondering if there's maybe a change in the plan or if I maybe misunderstand Sorry, and you can get back to it in a bit if you want. I'm sorry about that.
Sure, it's a great question. It's actually about the second briefing note, the cycling network plan improvements or the 5-year capital plan. So for 2024, there's a few carry forwards. So there's 2 items that are carry forward items from 2023. The rain caught up with us last year, so we carried those into this year. The painted buffered bike lanes are, for the most part, what we're going to see throughout the corridors that are going to see improvement, that being both First, Piercy headquarters in Vanier. 5th Street is going to see parking protected bike lanes. So that will have a bit more robust in terms of the interface with the infrastructure for cycling protection. When we talk about flexible delineators within the concepts of these headquarters in Vanier were the ones of question, I believe, that we're anticipating to see the addition of the flexible delineators in particular areas of interest or impact relative to proximity to school or particular corners of interest where we want to ensure that parking is restricted to the point where the cyclists have the most safe and active opportunity to access those facilities.
Yeah, and sorry, I jumped the gun on the briefing notes there. I'll let this one go. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty closely connected, so I think either way it makes sense. My question is on the renewal that's happening on Wilmar that connects basically to Lake Trail School. The report says that we're going to do a painted bike lane on the travel side of the street and have parking at curbside. And at first I can understand how this is just a much simpler way to go and we're doing a straight renewal. But then yesterday when I was at the upper part of the 17th Street lanes that we essentially, the main change there was just where we put the painted lines. It wasn't a major infrastructure change. And I'd just like to hear a bit of context as to why we can't do that type of facility, because essentially this section is going to not only connect to those lanes, which are parking protected, but also the 5th Street lanes, which will be parking protected. And it seems to me where it's just a difference of where the markings are going to go, but maybe I'm missing something. But I mean, it took a lot of effort to try and get drivers accustomed to what we're doing on 17th. And I just feel like having parking meandering on one side of the bike lane and then the other in the same zone in lanes that are fairly connected, we might be working at odds with ourselves.
I think I'm still lit up. That's great. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. It's a great question. And it really speaks back to the update for the CMP or this cycling network plan where we looked at interim solutions relative to the impact of active transportation infrastructure within our in-service assets. And it came down to road widths and our hierarchy of controls relative to active transportation. So that particular corridor, and as you can imagine, many of our corridors vary in terms of overall space and width and availability, and sometimes where our BC Hydro poles are with respect to proximity to active transportation or parking. And in particular, you'll note that Willamar Ave is one of the ones that will see changes from an interim to an ultimate, and you are correct. In the ultimate format, it is a fully protected facility where bikes would be protected next to the pedestrians and parking on the outside. That does require a much more robust and complex project to facilitate the installation of that. The challenge that exists on Willamar as this 5th Street traverses around the corner towards Lake Trail and then heads south towards Cumberland Road at the traffic circle, the road surface narrows. And it narrows to a point where through the dialogue with council as an interim solution below 17 or 16 and a half meters, we've become challenged spatially with the availability to provide the buffer that's necessary for the dooring to provide secure modes of transportation for cyclists to utilize that space. And where 17th Street provides that buffer, that 0.6 to 2 meter wide buffer, it doesn't exist on Willamar. So that's why it reverts to the counter, which is the bikes on the outside of the parking.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And next we have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. I had a similar concern about what we were doing there, and I guess long-term, as you reminded us, we are looking at sort of a higher level, and then 26th in the long term also looks like it's going to be a higher level of service there. And I guess I'll just point out on page B50 of our cycling network plan, it does mention delineators, and I'm not actually sure how delineators would fit into it if the parking's on the outside, but it is there, and I'm just curious if, you know, we thought of it, but maybe they're not working out so well, or it's not practical, or.
It's a
Sorry,
great
that's the
question.
end of me asking a question.
Yeah. It's okay. Thank you to the mayor, to Councillor Frisch. It's a great question. We talked about flexible delineators. We had the trial run on the BMP. I think we noted through that process of discovery that they maybe weren't necessarily the best suited for that particular road segment, but we do have them in the toolbox, and I think they can be successfully deployed within our community throughout the cycling network plan. And I think it's about the strategic placement of that. We talked about Willamar in particular as it, you know, connects to Lake Trail School, safe walks to school or safe routes to school. There are particular avenues where sidewalk ends and it goes to open ditch. There's places of importance where clear delineation and protection of a visual sense would provide a great means for improvement within the implementation of this. And I see it working fairly well in those areas.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Councillor Frisch, and great answers. With that, though, I don't see any further questions or comments. So I don't know that we had a motion yet. We do? Perfect. Excellent. So we'll call a question. All those in favor? Excellent. Thanks so much. And although it's similar, it is different. We'll go into the cycling network plan. Mr. Garrett.
Thank you. We've kind of started that conversation, so Kyle's ready and prepared for any questions. It's just really great work was done. We really appreciate the effort with council to prioritize the work that we're going to do and implement over time. And I really think I don't know if a breakthrough is the right word, but acknowledgement that we can really effectively pick away at things and take interim solutions and enhance safety greatly, and then combine when we do AAA facilities. Kyle is educating me on a regular basis and using his language. So Mr. Shaw's here for questions if council has them.
All right. Councillor Frisch, ready to go?
Yeah, well, just after grilling twice on the wrong subject, I just want to say thanks very much. I am excited about these, and I'll move receipt.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded with much excitement. See no further questions and comments. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, we'll move into Vancouver Island Health Authority Mobile Outreach and Overdose Prevention Services. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt. Or actually, maybe I'm passing it over to Ms. Saunders.
Perfect. Thanks, through mayor to council. So we had a update earlier this evening from Island Health regarding the provision of overdose prevention services. So the report provides an additional update on mobile outreach health services as well as overdose prevention services in Courtenay. Over the past month, staff have been in discussion with Island Health regarding the provision of mobile health services in public spaces. And as such, we've gained greater awareness of the presence of iHost in city-owned parking lots. And so staff are recommending that the city and Island Health enter into an agreement to ensure that the necessary risk management protocols are in place to ensure the safety of pedestrians and vehicles in these parking lots. And it may include such items as traffic flow, congestion, and emergency access. I just want to clarify that the city is not being asked to approve the development or operation of an overdose prevention site in any city-owned parking lots. So the agreement and the discussion in the report is about an agreement with Island Health regarding the provision of mobile health services, and it's up to Island Health to determine what those health services are. But because it's occurring in city parking lots, and we have the combination of pedestrians and vehicles in those spaces, the recommendation is that the city delegate authority to staff to pursue an agreement with Island Health. Also just want to articulate that iHost, which is the mobile health service van, has a weekly schedule of visits throughout the city. Some of those occur in city parking lots, and they typically last about an hour at a time, and up to 5 days a week at any one location. And we're not expecting, nor have we been informed of any significant change to that. So we're not expecting from this work that we're going to see a sudden increase in the presence of iHost. This is more about establishing the terms of agreement between us and Island Health for the continued provision of these important services in the community. There's also a recommendation that staff be directed to not enforce the traffic regulation bylaw as it relates to the provision of health services during the term of the agreement, if that's required. So at this point, the Island Health is in compliance with the traffic control bylaw, regulation bylaw, but there could be a situation where they're looking to do a type of service that may contravene the bylaw, and we would want, we're looking for guidance from council to be able to not enforce the bylaw in those particular circumstances if we have an agreement in place already. So those are the recommendations in front of you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks for that. And thanks for all your work on this. I know there's been a lot that's been done in the background to get us to this point. So it is very much appreciated. I do not see any questions or comments at this point. We do have the motion on the floor. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And thanks so much for that. And we will move on to external reports and correspondence. And we do have a letter from the Comox Valley Regional District Sewage Commission. I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian, who has articulated a great response.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move the option provided in the council agenda report. I don't know if our online people have the wording, but it's on the screen. And this would be our response to the Regional District and the Sewage Commission regarding the letter that has been received.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Thanks so much, Councillor Hillian, for that. And we did have a leaders meeting this morning where this was a topic as well. And so there's lots of conversations happening, but really appreciate. Hopefully, we can get some of this information that will help move this project along. And I see that that's generated a question or comment from Councillor Gilliker. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I kind of spoke to this when the request came a few weeks ago from the CDRD. I do get curious where this service fits within the larger provision of services that the city provides. I don't think that we've had a kind of concerted conversation locally at the city of Courtenay around whether or not this is a service that we want to help facilitate. And so I'm supportive of this motion more broadly, but more specifically, number 3 speaks to or infers that we are actually in favor of supporting finding a location in the fall. And I guess what I'm asking is, and maybe there was a staff report in a previous council on this service or this specific facility, but I know that I have a lot of questions around environmental impact and costs, and I get curious if this is going to provide us an opportunity to have a decision or a conversation around making a decision on a sandy dump facility. Does this motion speak to a report that would come?
Yeah, and I think first and foremost, I think this reiterates what we have already said to them. And so I believe we've already said that staff don't have the capacity right now, but when they do, that they can assist in this. But maybe I'll have Mr. Garbett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Joliker. We have no direction as staff to be doing work here. So respecting the conversation that's been happening regionally, we can assist with identification of locations. Anything that involves city agreement will come back through this council before we provide any response. We are working with the regional district to sort out kind of this referral-ish type of process whereby initiatives are created, and then there needs to be a process where the municipality or electoral area, for that matter, wants to be part of that project. So we're working on what I would call a referral process, and we may be providing, we might work on a staff report just to sort of unpack that, because we continue to have just these sort of issues that are determined, but in order to action them, it requires either locations or staff time or resources from the municipality. So we're happy to do it, but just to be clear with a long answer, I'm sorry, we will come back to council with information prior to responding back to the regional district, should council give us direction per this option.
Thanks.
Yeah, and again, when we spoke about it at the leaders meeting this morning, one of the other items that came up around this is just that financial piece. In many municipalities, this is just dealt with through businesses, gas stations, campgrounds, that kind of stuff. But the Village of Cumberland did do this, but they've closed theirs down, which is kind of what has spurred this as a more emergent issue from the regional district's perspective, I think. Councillor Hillen.
Thanks, Mayor. Just for the record, this came to Courtenay Council 3 or 4 years ago with requests from the community to look into the provision of services. Courtenay Council voted to have it referred to the Regional Sewage Commission, which has been trying to resolve it for the last couple of years, and that's what brings us to where we are today. The major concern is that if these facilities are not provided by the private sector, that we will end up with illegal dumping, which creates a significant environmental concern. So I think there's a legitimate reason why local government is concerned that the service is in fact provided. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hillen. And if again, if we're looking at stuff to know what has already been done, because the regional district staff have done some stuff already. So just getting that articulated so that our staff are starting from scratch again and kind of duplicating work. So yeah, so hopefully that helps a little bit. And I've spoken with the chair of the Sewage Commission, who I think agrees with this motion. So that being said, any further questions or comments? All right, we'll call a question. All those in favor? Oh, we don't have I thought. Yeah. All right. And it was the option provided by Councillor Hillen, so I may have inferred that as well. But that being said, we have our mover and seconder. All those in favor, and that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to a letter from Comox Rocks, and who've asked for some assistance. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I move that council receive the correspondence from Comox Rocks for information. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Morin. And I did speak with their main representative as well, just to let them know that we'll be receiving this, but that we've already committed some funds and had that discussion with them. So that being said, all those being in favor of this, and that passes unanimously. Excellent. Thanks very much. We do have some unfinished business, starting with Julia Tate, who was enhancing business bylaws for visually impaired access. And Councillor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council refer the request from Julia Tate to amend city bylaws and take other steps to improve the accessibility of city and non-city owned buildings to staff for consideration in conjunction with public comments received as part of the development of the accessibility plan.
Second.
Okay, been seconded by a couple of people there, so that was good. Any questions or comments? Councillor Morin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm supportive of this because our staff is doing a lot of work around this issue and is in the process of developing the accessibility plan. I do have a question for staff. It would be first of all, I'm really appreciative of Julia Tate coming to our council to show us some of the inadequacies in our accessibility in the city. We certainly, I think, value the lived experience of people, and of course, those of us who don't have a visual impairment or other ability issues don't notice these things the way people that deal with it every day do. And I'm just hopeful that maybe alongside this process, there may be some quick wins that are already kind of in the works around the specific asks that Julia brought up. it's great that this will be part of the feedback, but I'm just wondering if staff is able to comment on whether some of these letdowns and stairs will actually be painted as part of the current work plan so that we could pass that on to Julia. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Moran, you appreciate you and I had a conversation about this. I've consulted with staff. The completion of the audits that are happening right now, Ms. Goddard is leading that right now. We're not talking about a significant process here. We do need to do some engagement because quite a few of those locations that are identified are properties or facilities that are operated by city partners, and we have had varied conversations around some of these topics over time. I've advised by staff, and there may or may not be some question about the application of such requests. So we need to, I think, as I will always advise council, we'll do quick work and we'll do our best on the audit. It's going to be coming very soon, and then we can report back on what's potentially possible. I just in speaking with Mr. Shaw on the facility maintenance, we have been working with some of the leaseors of some of our facilities on some of these items, but I anticipate a report. And Ms. Goddard isn't here today, but we can let council know when we think that audit will be complete, and it'll give us a better understanding.
Right. Thank you for that. I did want to note that we've had some correspondence from Julia since she presented, and she did make the point that she did a similar walkthrough in Comox and found many more issues with the city of Courtenay, and that's not a reflection on our staff. I mean, we have a much larger community, many more kilometers of sidewalks and all that kind of thing, but I think I just wanted to note that she did make those comments, and it sounds like all of her comments will go as part of the engagement, and I'm assuming we can pass on her correspondence through email as well as part of that. Great, thank you.
And thanks, Councillor Moran, and thanks to staff for picking this up and doing what you can as quickly as possible. It's much appreciated. And I don't see any further questions or comments. But I'm sure Julia is watching. So we may have an email by the end of the night. And again, thanks, Julia, for bringing these to council's attention. And with that, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And move on to the delegation from 3120 Dove Creek Place. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that council refer the request from Rhonda Posgate and Tristan Kaler to place barricades that would block the entrance to the cul-de-sac at the end of Dove Creek to staff for consideration, Dove Creek Place, sorry. And that council directs staff to report back on the feasibility of implementing the request.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? Excellent. Yeah, really appreciate again another resident came forward with some issues, and look forward to staff coming back with some of these feasibilities. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And we're gonna. There was no new business, but under bylaws, we're going to do first, second, and third readings for the loan authorization bylaw. And I have Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to loan authorization bylaw number 3128, 2024, Anderton Dyke Phase 1, and that council proceed to adoption of loan authorization bylaw 3128, 2024, Anderton Dyke Phase 1 through the approval-free liability zone granted by the Municipal Liabilities Regulation Section 7.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments in regards to this? Seeing none, all those in favor? That passed unanimously, and we have another loan authorization. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council give first, second, and third readings to the loan authorization bylaw 3136, 2024, strategic land acquisition 2024, and that council proceed to adoption of loan authorization bylaw 3136, 2024, strategic land acquisition 2024 through the approval-free liability zone granted through the Municipal Liabilities Regulation Section 7.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments to this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we'll move into, I believe, the last loan authorization bylaw, and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to loan authorization bylaw number 3137, 2024 Sixth Street Bridge, and that council proceed to adoption of loan authorization bylaw number 3137, 2024 Sixth Street Bridge through the approval-free liability zone granted by the Municipal Liabilities Regulation Section 7.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding this? I mean, my only comment is again, this is a project that's been on the or in the works for decades, and part of many master plans. So really happy to see this moving forward. All right, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And next we have consolidated financial plan, and Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council adopt 2024 to 2028 consolidated financial plan bylaw number 3130, 2024.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? I know we've talked about this quite some time. So seeing no questions and comments, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to the next one. Councillor Frisch.
Move that council adopt property tax rates bylaw number 3131, 2024.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding the property tax rates bylaw? Isn't that what you said? Yeah. We're all on the same page, I think. So I know we're moving at a healthy pace right now, but I mean, we're reading all out. And I don't see any questions or comments. Again, this is something that we've spoken with for quite some time and gone back and forth on. So with that, all those in favor? And that passed unanimously. And council reports, starting with Councillor Cole Hamilton. Okay, Councillor Frisch. Councillor Hillian. Councillor Jolicoeur. Councillor McCollum. Councillor Morin. And I will pass as well. All right. Getting into, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. And we are adjourned in camera. Thank you. There we go. Thanks.
We're just taking a few minute break and then we'll come back for the in-camera.
In the garbage.
Are we switching over? Neil had sent another link for the in-camera. Are we staying in this one?
Yeah, we're going to switch over.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. We have someone joining us on the other link. So we'll close this one off and join on the other one.